本も文字を読む。
今起きた。
あんだけ日中ゲームやってれば一睡ぐらいしててもおかしくないけど。でも俺人のこと言えないぐらい昨日ゲームやってたな。8時間このゲームやったらなんか終わった後に終わった後になんかあんまやってる感覚が抜けなかったんだよ。このゲームの雰囲気が優れているのか、俺がただ影響されやすい人間なのか、シンプルに7時間、8時間か、ぶっ通して文字読んでたからなのか。
マムタロとの頃を思い出せ。
このゲームあんま、ただ文字読んでるだけだから疲れないんだよ。マムタルトもまあ作業っちゃ作業だったからあれだけど。モンハン結構やってるからあの頃と大して変わってないんだよな。配信してやってないだけで。今マスターランク
文字読む
400、
方が疲れる。
アクションゲームより。読んでるようで読んでないからな。めんどくさいところは結構斜め読みしてるし。明日の21時以降。
なぜサンブレイク配信が。
野良でやってるからだね。別に配信してやんなくてもいいなって。野良でやってると結構な頻度でチャットで会話が繰り広げられるな。つい先日ビビったのが、急になんか、スラークうまいですねみたいなことを話しかけられたのがビビったね。いやー、カウンターのタイミング参考になりますわ、みたいな。今まで出会った中で1位に争うぐらいでうまいっすわ、みたいなのを急に言われて。しかもさ、その状況が、隣に、俺以外に2人ぐらい、
うまい
スラ、
ね、わら。
スラーク使いが並んでる中、ただ一人名指して急にスラークうまいですねと言われたから。いや、お前この状況でそんなこといきなり言うみたいな。ありがとうございますとか嬉しいですとか言ったけど、震えたね。カラオケ歌いてー。 このゲームだったらなんか主人公の歌声付きであるんじゃないか。
歌えよ。
ゲーム内でな。んなんでこれが調べられる？
Behind the dockworkers, a ceiling height window. The hawthorn branches scrape the glass like bony fingers. There's a little slide panel up there to let some air in. No need to open it in spring. It's still too cold outside.
俺にはまだ早いらしいぞ。
Nothing. Just black tangles like the hair of an old woman.
手目
Motionless.
修正マ
The
イナ
wind
ス
in the yard
11。
doesn't reach the hawthorn, nor does the light come in from this window. とりあえず今日はもう寝てもいいな。
Can I help you? Got the 20 real?
The breath catches in his chest. The light in his eyes snuffs out all at once.
Do you have money tonight? Too bad.
あ、
Here comes a layup, sire. Fall not for it.
あるって言おうと思ったのに、普通に選択肢ミスった。まあ、演劇がなんか反応してるからなんか起きんだろう。
But you know what? You're in luck because you don't have to ever pay me again. Really?
戦技派炎劇。
まあ、今だったらだいぶ上の方に入るよな。でも演劇さ、重
コメ
工
ントを投稿する。
俺の演劇が反応してるかもしれない。演劇さ、
っていうのがデフォルトに。
デフォルト。演劇さ、演劇の炎部分のダメージが、確かあれだよな。重工派生、炎派生より重工派生の方がダメージ高いんだよ。
こっち派コメントで応援しようだから俺の方が日頃の行いがいいのかも。
素敵なコメントを普段から投稿してるから、そこを注意される必要がないと。なるほど。
Uh-huh. I'm sorry. I think you misunderstand. Let me explain. I didn't say I'd give you a free room. I just said you don't have to pay me. You don't have to give me any money at all. If you want a room, yes, you'll need to pay me, but you don't have to just give me money. Giving me money for a room is your choice.
This isn't a fucking joke.
でも大発火から炎劇が繋がってん惚れるって。
でも大発火が強いステータスにしたらさ、筋力上げられないじゃんね。演劇って進行で上がんないよ、確か。筋力だけだよな。まあ、筋力補正で、なんだっけ、獣のタリスマンだが、あれ、聖印だがなんか使うのもありか。演劇の炎炎茶部分は炎派生にした方が相性がいいけど、重工派生の方が炎部分のダメージが高くて、まあ、使うべきによるよな。夜系グレイブとか使うんだったら重工派生の方が良くて、で、兵将テルとか使うんだったら炎派生だろ。
No, you can choose to give me 20 real for a room, or you can choose not to. I don't care what you decide. You want a free place to sleep?
あーね、
Fine.
まあ大体の人は夜騎兵だよね。
なんかで見たら、自分で見たんだっけな。兵士ホテルの炎派生と夜騎兵グレイブの炎派生が、そこまで数字に差がなくて、わざわざ重い夜騎兵持つんだったら、重厚にしないとあんま意味ないよね、みたいな。
You've already unlocked your new room. The trash container outside is ready and waiting. I don't care what you do. Sleep in the trash or pay for a room. I don't care anymore.
楽しようとしたらめんどくさいことになっちゃった。
You do that. If you can pay another 20 real, I'll give. Now, is there anything you wanted? Got the 20 real?
といえば火の巨人に火通りませんでした。今日は泊まるお金ありますね。
そういえばあったな、そんな。俺が見てた弱点表みたいなのが。正しくなかったな。ちゃんとした場所で、ちゃんとした人の、ちゃんとした情報を漁るべきだった。ああ、今日もごちゃに騙される日々。
ひどいよ。
泊まるか。
Good. You got the room for the night, but remember, you'll need another 20 real tomorrow.
How could anyone forget, asshole?
関係があんまり良くないね。そんなこともある。
The door is closed. This door can only be opened with it. Still, you should punch a fucking hole in it.
上位者の翻訳かエネミーデータだけを信じろ。
まあ、あの人は信頼できるよな。
The murmur in your ears recedes slowly. You're breathing normally.
そのうちやるか。もう、無敵の人になったらやるかもしんない。まあ、何にもないか。まあ、今、だいぶ無敵だけどな。
すでに汚職警官なのに。
汚職警官だし、組合の長には嘘ついてるし。終わってるよ。
A mirror hangs on
今
the
は5秒
bathroom
無
wall.
敵くらいですか。
In it, your face, adorned with the expression.
5秒無敵。5秒無敵あったらだいぶ悪さできるね。猟犬、アプデ前猟犬ぐらいはやばいね。消してみるか。ちょっと待ってセーブしよう。
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face, adorned with the expression. It's like something
き
snaps
た
in
ー。
you. A nerve ending, a thought, a sadness. Your face in the mirror is suddenly clean of the layer that had distorted it for God knows how long. Just like that, it's over. The running gag that your life had become. A sad old man looks back at you.
変わった。左下の表情が。 開くかな。
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face. Now without.
能力上げてねえからホワイトロック中の方が外れてなかった。
The bed is still cold from the broken window, and not too inviting. The bed is still cold from the wind blowing in from the broken window. The mattress creaks as you close your eyes and try your hardest to fall asleep.
今日も悪夢を見る
Here
の
we
か。
are again, my broken bird. The waves are coming, carrying you away. But you can't go. No, you have to stay. Always
歌ってみたか？
half aware of yourself. You're not cooperating, brother man. It's your disgusting body. Even through your sleep, you feel a vague discomfort suffusing it. Your
頭の
belly
中の
and
声
your
は
sides are unpleasantly tender. You wish you could curl up into a fetal ball of safety. But you cannot because of the pain.
頭の中の声はボイスついてるけど、自分の主人公の生の声は今のところ聞けてないんだよな。歌ったら
And there's a lot
聞けんのかな。
ever present in your organs. It's like every one of them has their own nasty song to sing. That pain in your right side is your enlarged liver, by the way. As for your kidneys, you've really been compounding the damage lately. But this suffering, it must have some kind of meaning. A story that will come out of it. Perhaps even a story that you will write yourself.
Oh, yes. They'll check you out. Give you.
Don't be stupid, Harry. It's not happening.
You're just stuck here. In the half-world. Could try looking at other people. Really looking. But sure you do.
At least they're interesting. Each one has a process just like yours. Running in the space, people are beautiful, statuesque, parodies and tragedies of themselves.
What do you think you're doing right now? Coming to some greater awareness? Look at all these.
Let it.
But it never seems to let you go, does
Put on your prettiest face for the masses.
演劇。演劇、たまになんかはっちゃけるけど、基本、まあ悪いようには語りかけては来ないよな。ただまあたまに現実をかなぐり捨てて遊ばせようとしてくるだけで。今日は水
なぜ
門が
コウリアリを殺したんだい？
まだ強いじゃん。近距離で2ヒットさせれば相当火力が出る方だし、見てからかわせないし、多分密着で撃つ状況さえ作れれば全然強いよ。
Yes?
予備研修はまだ済んでないのか。
Can I help you? Another thing. Great. Yes?
Oh, hello, dear. There you are again.
暗示が低い。
The woman in an
誰だ？
RCM patrol officer's uniform winces as she notices you.
I would really prefer not to talk to you right now.
A patrol officer is the lowest rank in the RCM, below lieutenant and sergeant.
Yes, I am. I know.
Here's the real deal.
It's hard to tell whether he's sarcastic or sincere, but if you had to guess, you would say the lieutenant is being.
I'm definitely not the cavalry. I don't know. I mean, why would I want to talk to you? No, you haven't wronged me. It's okay. Okay, fine. Let's talk.
What does one talk about with a fellow officer?
What precinct?
Fucking deranged lunatic.
You're getting an intellectually unsatisfying vibe from this conversation. Maybe you're doing something wrong.
I don't know what to say.
Don't say anything, Judith. Me? No. I'm just a man with sunglasses. I like wearing sunglasses inside. Sunglasses and a fucking wig.
Okay,
I'm just looking out for...
No one. I'm just a man with sunglasses. And you are?
Yes. A policewoman who just wants to do her job.
something about the man with sunglasses and you, the energy between you two is making her uncomfortable.
You look like shit. And I don't mean that as a metaphor.
Like undercover?
Well, as far as disguises go, this is one of the best I've seen. I mean, I could swear you're an actual boss.
空き瓶入った袋を常に歩いてるし、ズボンはひどいし。
Come on, Jean. It looks like it's been a rough week on him.
It's not just this week. What you want?
盗んだ靴履いてるし。
There's something about this guy that matches with a face in your head. A similar but different face. He might be wearing a disguise.
Yes, it's a hobby of mine.
As if waiting for some kind of reaction or response. Something to click. It's not happening though. Who is this guy?
About what? You don't look like a cop. You know what you look like. No! You will not start blabbering about that asshole. No. 'Cause it's not my job. Why don't you go and fucking do yours and solve this damn hanging?
無線で本部に報告入れたときに出てきた主人公に金を下ろすなって念入れてきたおっさんか。
Actually, I don't want to hear you say things.
Come on, Jean.
Okay, say things. I want to hear you say things.
Hear that? He wants you to say things. Say one. Suddenly, out of nowhere, case-related things start popping up in your head.
So, do you know who hanged him? Yeah, I can see that. I don't know. Why are you? Oh my god, there's more. You want something more? What is it?
I'm not getting involved in this.
やってもいいの？やるか。
There's something that binds you to him. Some kind of
あ、あと1だったのに。
a uniform. Exactamundo. Of course, you don't have to. You can talk about anything you want.
団結心が上がってからな。
Watch out for yourself, loser.
That voice, so very familiar. Did you hear it when calling to your station and reporting your badge missing?
Oh, really? I wonder where. That's the where you remember me from? You don't say. Goodbye then.
今ので出目修正かかってない。
Again? I can't believe this shit.
かかってないな。今日はどうよ。
I've got nothing to say to you.
It's you again. What is it?
まだ低いな。権威上げてもいいな。
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
なんかあったよ。ない。ああ、まだ称号が終わってないのか。
10-4 come in. Fire Roger that. 10-10 over and out.
銃探さなきゃな。で
Inside,
も
you
話
see
の
a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
話聞いてる限りハーブ取引に関わってる女ドライバーが多分質屋で主人公が撃った銃を買ってるはず。
There, working class drunk. You know, cracked it. All in a good day's work. What do you mean, what did I crack? Look at how working class that drunk is. No. Stop goofing around, recruit. No, it's not. Yes, and you found him. Now go and tell the working class woman, didn't she repeatedly tell you her husband isn't Missindo? There's no need for champagne when there's honor.
Excuse me? I don't know. The most talkative one? The what now? You truly are one strange cop, aren't you? God damn it, I already told you. My husband isn't missing. And I specifically added, very well then, where is he? Excuse me? Right, 'cause working class women...
Remember, about that what. Never ever say what.
You were right. I do have an alcoholic husband.
Ah, Bland. Knew it.
I did, and he is. No, he's not. Or maybe he is, I haven't seen him for... Well, to hell with him.
I wouldn't be so sure. Man, just...
Report what? He's just out drinking with his friends. I'm sure the police has better things to do than to chase down local...
She sighs, but you can detect a slight hint of...
All right, go ahead. Do you have any questions? Honestly, not that different from you. That's one way to put it, yes.
Wait, did she just imply that you're fat? You're not fat. The body...
You both share what? I'm not sure about the rest, but what else? He was wearing a dark brown leather jacket with a bright blue inner lining. The lining is hand-sewn. It's his cool jacket. God knows it's too...
Who cares about the cold when you...
I even tried throwing it away once, but he just dug it out of the bin. Can you believe it? Well, what can you do? I hope that at least that extra line... Yesterday morning, he went to the library. He went to retrieve my book, and because we talked about this.
Gone for around 36 hours then. She turns away from you in an attempt to recover.
So you are going to look for him. Thank you. Please do.
なんかタスク
Even
発生
though
した。
I'm sure he will return.
I'm sure he will too. When he...
I will. Of course, officer. As I said, it's probably nothing.
話しかけてみるもんだな、おい。
Officer! This man seems to be experiencing a mild to medium level of congestive heart problems, either due to narrowing of the arteries or high blood pressure.
I have really...
Yes, that's what you need.
René! Hello, officer. How might I be of assistance on this fine day? Oh, sweet Jenny. She what?
Do not defile her memory, Gaston.
We knew her, all right. She was René's first girl, back when the prick was...
And then you stole her from me.
Oh, officer.
You stole her from me.
Well, technically, you stole her from me.
We were just boys then. This was different. No point starting this all over again. For the 1000th and the first time.
She died of pneumonia 2 winters ago. René and I were both by her bed.
Died? No.
Departed. Until the very hand she could...
A quick grimace of pain passes over René's features, but he immediately regains...
She could never make up her mind about anything. What she was always leaving one of us for the other, but never long enough to actually get married. Heck, technically, we're both still engaged to her.
You always confused her. Couldn't let us be happy. Seduced her with your fancy words and pastries.
He suddenly remembers you are still there. Falls sight.
Of course, officer. Memories are all we have left.
その辺の連中にいくらでもお話がついてるな。
Let me think. I heard someone was hanged and left on a tree for a week. But that's all I know, really. No, officers, I'm sorry. And I really would...
Then help them, you wimp. You have...
He means caviar socialism.
I wish I could, but I...
Odd. He doesn't seem to be lying. But there's There's something off here.
I'm not.
Of course he's holding back.
Can I at least finish my fucking sentence before you piss on it? Is that okay, René? I'm not anyone important in the Union. Everyone in Martinez knows the Clare brothers. I told these boys humans.
What do you know about history?
The old soldier, there he stands, proud.
Let's try not to get caught in a crossfire.
Oh, in many ways, yes. Like an honorary member. I attend meetings and parties. Help with little things. Oh, yes. Not in the technical sense. I don't have a vote or a membership card, but...
So that's what it was before. Him hiding something. He tries to make it look like he's a big deal in the Union, and now the illusion is disintegrating before. He doesn't know anything, because no one tells him anything. He's an outsider.
Of course he's not a member. He's not a member of anything. I knew that. I hate the socialist rabble, but even siding with them is better than living your entire life on the fence. Never.
Writing work mostly. Occasionally, oh, nothing official, I assure you. Just as...
Well, he tells his little pen man exactly what to say. It's commie propaganda, plain and simple. You should be ashamed.
That's just the way things work around here. No, I don't even consider myself a regular socialist. Politics is not really something I involve myself in. Officer, I have a vivid imagination.
He just fluffs it up.
Of course. Don't sink into anything. Don't sink into any...
I prefer highly...
Come on, you.
No, thank you. For being consummate professionals. You'll have this case wrapped up in no time. I'm sorry, officer, but I really don't share food.
The only one you have.
Suddenly you realize how hungry you are. The
本
last
当だよ。
time you ate
何も食って
must
ね
have
え。
been
タバコと酒と薬しか食ってねえ。口にしてねえ。え
aeons ago, probably when you were still a child. The sandwich looks like a culinary. In addition to the obvious slice of ham, a fat one, you notice a brim of a tomato peeking from below. And is that mayonnaise?
Believe me, officer. I wish I could help you, but I need...
You can barely hear him. The sweet smell of pickles in...
Fuck off! It's my... Sorry, officer. I'm sorry.
When the dissidents come to rape our country, he hides. But try to get a bite of his dear sandwich and he gets
三大栄
claws.
養素ちゃんと取
We
れ
are
て
a
ます
special
ね。
kind of vermin, Gaston.
まあ、それさえ取ってれば歩き回れるらしいからな。この男は。報告しに行かなきゃ。
Hello again, officers. Have you come to...
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? Yes, my eyes on the harbour have sent word to that effect. What have you discovered? It doesn't really matter. And I do apologize for the surveillance.
One of the tall buildings overlooking the roundabout.
In any case, it's a relief to know someone has looked into it. If I may ask, will there...
If there is an investigation, it will be part of an ongoing...
Of course, detectives. In any case, you've held up your end of our... I wouldn't normally break protocol like this, but the situation demands...
The words bloodbath sound cold in her mouth. They taste of iron and strawberries.
Yes. I'm afraid this strike may descend into a small-scale civil war. with possible.
Since you are sharing, man, this is also the RC.
Then we're on the same page, as grim as it may be. I have an indirect role to play, I'm sad to say. My employer experienced a momentary lapse of faith in me. In that moment, they elected to deploy. They were dispatched after I relayed the union's initial offer.
Every worker.
A member of the board. I tried to convince my employer it was simply a piece of rhetoric. Absolutely not. These mercenaries are muscle, pure and...
Who are they?
Crenell, an Oranese military company. As far as I know, 3 arrived in Martinez. They report to me sporadically, but they do not answer to me. They wear ceramic armor, have semi-automatic weapons, and years of combat experience. They also have trauma and stressor disorder, and no idea how to conduct themselves in an urban civilian environment.
So, what happened?
完全にこいつと吊るされてる奴らが
The story is, one of them, the colonel,
いい付き合いなわけじゃないんだ。
sexually assaulted a local woman while he was drunk and separated from his unit. This allowed some of the more militant union members to subdue him. He was taken out behind the whirling in rags and lynched last Sunday night. Nothing. Mr. Clare refuses to let me into the harbour. I have not been able to discuss this matter with anyone there. The remaining 2... It's a smokescreen. In secret, they are conducting an independent military...
What is the nature of this?
Whether to execute one, some, or all of the Union militants.
It will be all of them. The decision is already made.
あいつら殺されちゃうのか。なんだっけ、ハーディーボイズ。今のところそこまで殺されてほしくないと思うほど入れ込んではないけど。実際そうなった場合、最悪だしな、いろいろと。
Surely you're joking. These people are killers. My only hope is that yours provides a single, concrete suspect before they indiscriminately pick them. If you don't pin this on someone good and do it fast, they will identify and execute everyone present at the lynching.
The débardeurs have over 2,000 men. It will be 1,000 to 1.
Have you ever seen a hornet invade a beehive, Lieutenant? It's not pretty.
The Serai's giant hornet, the world's second largest insect, can kill 40 honeybees a minute, while a group of 30 can decimate an entire hive of 20,000 bees in less than 4 hours.
These men work in tandem using semi and fully automatic firearms. Their armor is virtually impenetrable to muzzle-loaded...
The muzzle loaders need to be reloaded after every 1 or 2 shots. The automatics every 1 or 2 minutes.
As I said, a bloodbath. Many bleak scenarios have already come true. Nameless. All we can do is keep the rest from going the same way. One single concrete suspect delivered into civil court, and I may be able to defuse
目標らしい目標が出てきたな。
Not much. Their public resume is relatively good, as far as private military... They boast a long list of clients. Saint-Baptiste, Welchman-Lorenz, Eintracht. A warning sign, however. The operations concerned all take place...
Meaning they're used to operating in...
Yes. All the good conflict corridors. Supramundi, Yesut, the Seminese Islands. Countries that don't... Sadly, no. Before this happened, I had little... If you still have access to the ICP's database, you could run a better background check than I ever could. It may take some...
Do you know a lot?
In my line of work, it pays to do your research. I was prepared to deal with the RCM. I did not think I would be dealing with a group like Crenell. I have, and they will. However, these orders take time to reach what is basically a rogue.
She's being truthful. She is pressing them as hard as she can.
Or he didn't. This is information passed on to me from some teenagers loitering around the remaining contractors. Their tribunal. It's what they believe, that the man was killed because he assaulted a local woman. I've asked around a bit. This seems to be the accepted story around Martinez.
The lieutenant consults his notebook.
Odd. We haven't heard any reports of...
Last Sunday night, at the Whirling in Rags, the hostel by the gates. Supposedly, either way, he's alleged to have sexually assaulted a woman. That's a good question, officer. I don't have the slightest idea. As I said, it's a rumor. About a rumor. In any case, it's what the Colonel's remaining colleagues believe. If you mean did I see him alive? Yeah, Lely. His service name. A nom de guerre, most likely. He wouldn't divulge his full name. Only one of them did. A bad sign if there ever was one. One is a man. Corty, they call him. A nickname as well. The other a woman. Phyllis DePaul. Corty is the gunner.
What would you say was his eye color?
She closes her eyes.
I can't remember.
The lieutenant was testing her, asking a small detail first to see if she knew it better than she let on. She passed.
That's all right, man. Anything else?
He was 40. Or 50. It's hard to say which. He had a combat injury on his leg.
Indeed. This matches the dental reconstruction we saw on the body. What else? Nationality?
He was, Occidental, I think. Light brown hair. In a way, it was humanizing. He had to learn to speak through it. Through the injury. That's all I know, I guess. I only met him once. They've gone to ground, as it were. I don't recommend seeking them out. For one, they don't have the same respect for the Revachol citizens' militia as I do. To put it bluntly, they think you're vigilantes. Ghetto savages. It will not. You're likely to run into them eventually. When that happens, I'll be in a better position to mediate if I don't appear involved.
ああ、あいつか。労働者先導してたやつか。
One is obviously the scab leader at the harbor gates. The one chanting the idiotic slogans. He's barely maintaining. The other has a vantage point in a building south of the roundabout. They were keeping tabs on you while you were canvassing the lorry drivers.
That may be so. I still hope you heed my advice.
For all your talk of averting this catastrophe,
Of course it bothers me, Lieutenant. But my hands are tied. How would my employer react if it appeared I were intervening on behalf of the Union?
your concern may be appearances. Ours is keeping the peace.
That would afford a good vantage point.
Where is your radio for contacting them, if I may ask? Do you have...
Heavens no. I'm not an undercover agent. There's a short wave at the ship's wheel. I hope I can answer it better. Until the executions start? Truthfully, I don't know. It depends on their progress.
They don't report their progress.
Not on this matter. I'm afraid they consider this a personal initiative. It's a matter of days, not weeks. I am sorry to have been the bearer of bad news. If there is anything else I can help you with, please ask. Of course. Excuse my hesitation before.
For about half a minute.
It was taken with a frigate not long ago. This is the man's upper body. There were no more markings on his hands or legs.
Her mouth is relaxed, the accordion lines near her mouth.
Sorry. I was trying to see if I can read the web. I can't. But that's how you read this story. The points themselves don't have letters, numbers, anything. They're so close. Port cities. This is an Oronese map of the waterways, a sailor's tattoo worn by wayfarers of the Dolorian century. The sailor's soul would use it to fly back home if they should die abroad. This is a sort of quite a few. Vredefort, the Oronese capital, traditionally.
What next?
Then he made his way to the Pretto Grande, through what I think must be the Stutz Canal, an artificial channel. Revachol. Those are the two constants. Vredefort on the shoulder, and Revachol.
The old world passing by.
You said you can't read it.
I can't. This man was no sailor, and these are no ports. I can understand geographic fragments.
Vredefort? Vredefort has a military academy. The Seminese Islands saw a recent conflict. In Revachol, he was executed.
That makes sense to me. We have no more use for a map of the waterways, just like we don't need...
For all the boys looking for an adventure, a blood spatter.
His platoon members? The other contractors?
Surely there are other people to ask about the tattoo. This is not necessary to complete the task, officer. It's a danger. Challenge accepted. I say we do it.
肉体装置の言うことあんま聞きたくねえな。百科事典のことを聞くか。そうだな。さすがにあいつらにこれ聞くのは最終手段だろ。
I am relieved you think so. I don't think deciphering that tattoo should... Is there anything else I can help you with? More lessons in basic reality? My favorite part of the day. Go ahead. These are unimportant times, Detective. You and I were born after the dust had settled. 1,000th of a second for the big time.
The smile of a predator. No doubt what she's got in mind.
All men are predators, dear. Nothing much to be done about that. The revolution. It's quite easy. Every 100 years or so, our species gets together to decide what's next, who gets shot in the head, and who gets the mineral rights. Why, of course. We're talking Duke out Central. Full swing in... No. I would say the apes were neutral. On the other hand... Those would be the communists. Generally speaking, 40 million... Oh, and the anarchists too. They shot them well. Did they ever? Before they got shot themselves, they shot 2 million people.
Yeah, it was a kerfuffle.
Yes. The Insulindian deluge. Yes. An acute thiamine deficiency can be exacerbated by alcoholism. Exacerbated? Oh, lots of people. Even the king got shot in the head, or thrown beneath a horse. The real king abdicated and lived out a long and productive life as a venture capitalist in Grad. Yes, King Guillaume had a nose for bad PR. He ran before it. Him and tens of thousands of his wonderfully fascist kingsmen. The liberals got the mineral rights. And by mineral rights, I mean everything. Liberals are usually middle-class people, Detective. Or the remaining gentry. The beneficiaries of the... Some were rich enough to stay with the Constitution, with monarchy. Big mistake. Others bet on the revolution. They were called the Ultra. They didn't win, so much as survive. We were the last ones standing when the...
We? She's one of them.
To foreign intervention. The coalition. Those people really took... The liberals took everything that wasn't nailed to the ground. The coalition took the coalition of nations. Grad, Mesk, Vesper, Messina, Oranje, and Sur-le-Clay. The armed center of the world. They landed. The moralists believe in keeping everything, at least not in the same manner and volume as the other.
The rulers of Revachol, and also the world.
This is their zone of control. They embolden the RCM with crumbs.
The color of moralism is blue. The official motto of Moral Intern, or Moralist International, is a blue forget-me-not, a piece of grey sky. Unofficial. For a moment, there was hope.
An almost endearingly moralist standpoint. It must be hard to take a moderate approach to head shooting in your line of work. The turn of the century revolution? Don't answer it.
The revolution began in '02 on the Isla of Grad, though by the end, nearly the whole world had gotten involved.
It wasn't a who, but a what. A pandemic of Zarat, a particularly virulent prion disease, which the authorities it made people overthrow their governments. Of course not. It was a highly infectious microorganism that destroyed brain tissue.
It was a funny time in history. They discovered transistors and rock music, but they didn't know anything.
From Revachol and Grad? Not far. The world managed to cauterize itself. Mazel, why? You and I, officer. Our lives in a city-state divided into free market zones under the zone of control is the third incarnation of Revachol, after the failure of the suzerain and the commune. Modernity. They developed the marvels of the inter-eastlery communication.
51 minus 8 equals 43.
Time flies. The 20s saw a decade of urban war, west of the river leveled, offshore platforms in flame. The 30s? Things settled down in the 30s. Revachol East transformed itself into the world's largest tax haven, with the international community's blessing. Yes, and quantitative easing. It was a market mirage, unfortunately. The 40s dispelled it. An Isla-wide hangover, you might say. So, here we are. Welcome to reality, baby.
Oh.
For her to be where she is, wild times must have picked the
この
right side.
チョイス、ただなんか癖なくかっこいいな。ただただ頭のいいやつじゃんこいつ。変なことも言わんし。だいたいイブリギスよりみんなこっちにつくんじゃないの？嫌いじゃないけどあいつもイブリギスも。ただあいつにはなんかどっちかっていうとただ好意的に接するよりちょっと喧嘩売るぐらいの態度で臨みたくなる気がするけど、嫌いだってわけじゃないんだが。
They picked the winning side. That's why they're here, and others are not. Perhaps it wouldn't have turned out that way had I been in charge. I might have bet on the king and let the pines... I would have sided with the cannons. If you'd seen the calibers of the things, 10 of the 14 Indo tribes got it wrong. Feld, Kupri, Tricentennial. Good question. What would you have done differently?
A cold creeps up your spine, reaching its tendrils up your neck.
So a quarter of humanity simply lost their minds. And how would you stop a prion, a complex folding protein, unlife, with the technology 50 years ago?
The wind stops, and for a moment, a dog barks. A gunshot echoes off the wall.
It's all yours.
A poor remedy for prion disease. That was the attitude of most of them. Capri, resplendent, both gone now. Those...
Opinions expressed here do not reflect the official...
And what is your official position?
My position, ma'am? My parents got ripped to shreds in the revolution. I would have gone the same way. I was saved by being 2 years old. That's my position.
Understandable.
They
are what they are. Who knows? Anyway, enough sentimentality.
Not so fast. Who is she in all this? Ask her who she is. She owes you an answer.
Glad to have been of assistance.
Aces high. For the rest of the world, the Aces High is just a cool Revachol thing, politically neutral. In Revachol, it still holds revolutionary connotations. Also, have you looked at Lieutenant Kitsuragi's clothes? He wears a bomber jacket.
ボーナスもらった。
Yes?
もう会話してばっかや。面白いからいいけど。いやでもこの内容を十分に理解しているとは言えない文章の大量の文章で面白いって言えるのはなかなかすごいな。正直マジで分かんないことの方が多い気がするけど、でもまあやってたよ。面白い気はするんだよ。
It's a neurological disorder caused by lack of vitamin B in the brain. Symptoms include a retrograde and, well, it's either bariatric surgery or long-term alcohol use.
She nods. What this boils down to is, this reality thing is stupid. Yes, and lie about it too, to her. She stares at you, head tilted to the side, with a slightly
明らかに罠な選択肢だ。酒飲んでもう一回会話して、いや飲んでないよって言いたくはあるけど、やんねえよわざわざそんなことのために。酒結構重要なバフアイテムなんだから。
She won't maneuver her way out of this one.
I am the vilest of the vile. A traitor, a devourer of nations and infants. I am an ultra.
She raises the corner of her mouth, smirking. It's sharp.
An ultra-liberal. It's a type of liberal. From the revolution. It's, not the moderate kind. Haven't you heard? I am a nether creature of the Forbidden Swamp. One of those who pushed the king under a shitwag. We surrendered the nation to financier pirates. No sane person identifies as ultra-liberal anymore. Not in broad daylight.
In her green eyes, you see a mixture of truth and self-satire. Decades of guilt and pride.
A fitting punishment, to be forgotten, if not forgiven. Save a prayer for us in our shatter. When the dust settled, the Liberals were the only ones left to clean up the mess. By virtue of their survival, they were handed enormous power to shape the future. This was all our last generation managed. With due respect to our overlords, the eternal caretaker government that keeps Mart.
While a gentle wind sweeps the streets in the
I would not have relinquished sovereignty to the coalition. Not here in Martinez, and not.
She realizes her small, cold fists are clenched. She loosens them.
Then for my daughters, we had an obligation to defend our sovereignty. We should have burned the whole Isla down rather than let them have it. Perhaps my intellect.
You're no dummy yourself.
A smart boy getting smarter. On basic term of reality. Yes, I suppose I am. But I...
Seditious talk, man.
Yes. Whatever else I am, I'm also a mother. And a wife. Now, shall we return to reality? A bird? A Svenicid? A flightless bird of the polar regions? Some sort of krill hunter? No, wait. You're an ancient ruin. Of course you're not, my dear. I'm just terrible at guessing games. Ah! This is the pier of Rue de Saint-Ghislaine, 33A, or 2. A pre-revolutionary tenement. Old buildings are called tenements, you see. And new buildings, bâtiments. This one used to be 8 to 10 stories tall. A real high-rise by the... mostly the urban middle class, I believe. This was once primo, really. Splat, splat.
You could be wrong. But from here it appears as if she...
Wonderful. The girl in the old lady rags. Looks like a sullen and rebellious member of a teen infraculture. Yes, you and I belong to the supraculture. We're common, the herd. The music on the radio, the food in the chain restaurant, those are all too popular for the girl. She prefers a fantasy world, an infraculture with its own dress code and vernacular. It is an illusion, I'm afraid. There is no refuge from the supraculture. Young people who dye their hair funny colors and wear old people's clothes are stupid, and their little rebellion is self-defeating.
厳しいこと言うね。
All right. What next?
Suddenly, you're not so sure you're part of the supraculture.
And what would that be? I can see that, yes. I dabble in those dark arts myself, not so long ago. I assure you, nothing infra about disco, baby. Those days are long behind me. And even in the early 30s, I would say I was more of a new girl. Disco was a minor, the new, a cultural era. And the name of the decade it ravished. It involved lots of partying, as you might imagine, and champagne-colored everything. By the looks of it, that would have been when you came of age. Now, wasn't it Guillaume le Million who said, If you can remember the new, you weren't there.
このおばちゃんめっちゃパリピじゃん。
Ah,
そう
yes.
だな。
This is not very central to reality, is it? I can't be 100% sure, but I believe he died due to complications from venereal disease. All of them. You can't get a venereal disease from that, can you? I'm afraid no. But then again, one can't be entirely sure. Anyway, what other basic facets of reality should we discuss?
6 kilometers
お、
southwest
成功し
of
た。
the Valley of
14。
Dogs.
危ね。
Junior officer Chad Tilbrook takes aim at a rabid black dog licking its wounds in the grass. To his left, his partner, Emil Mullins, whispers, "You heard what happened to Tequila." "Yes, he lost his mind," Tilbrook answers, fingers on the trigger. "Don't worry, Emil. We always do."
You? You're an officer of the RCM. Preciso Mundo. Nothing more nor less than the de facto law enforcement body of post...
Yes, we are the Revachol Citizens Militia.
He's being sarcastic.
Yes, that means not de jure. The RCM acts in what is poetically called the twilight of international law, both at the behest... The RCM's responsibilities are defined by the Emergency, Wayfarer and Aliments Acts, 3 pieces of legislation keeping the city in a...
All 3 are good to know when we are out policing.
There's nothing basic about your role, Detective. It's true that the RCM keeps everything the way... Yet, on the other hand, I know these people. I deal with them daily. The post-revolutionary decade was a disaster for the coalition government. Revachol in the 20s was hell, especially on the west side of the river. Gang warfare, a botched privatization scheme, a nuclear pile meltdown. They called it the international zone because no nation wanted to claim responsibility. The RCM restored peace where the coalition failed. A true...
That's somewhat of an exaggeration. In reality, ours is a mutually beneficial arrangement. Revacholians get to keep the peace in Revachol, and the coalition doesn't have to worry about it.
Yes, Lieutenant. Permit me to conclude with this. Who you are, to me, is the police. The only legitimate law enforcement authority in Revachol. And if those authorities drink so hard they need help recalling the basic terms of reality, well, I'm here to help. Glad to have been of assistance.
当たった。あー、なんかもう10時になってんだけど。語りすぎだろ。
Hello again, officers. Have...
サインしてくれるやつ探さないと。ここにはいなさそうだな。
これまだ3日目なのかすげえな。
まだ3日ではあと数日でとんでもない虐殺事件起きちゃうかもしんないらしいから、そんな残り時間が長いわけでもない可能性あるけど。
Oh, look. It's the cop who turned me into a bad person.
嫌われちまったな。
Looking for something odd?
Come to tell me to fuck off again?
3人のトラック運転手中2人に嫌われてしまった。
Right to work! Right to work! Shame on you!
やべえ選択肢が2つ増えてた。
So, how'd you like?
You've been in there, he means. Talked to the boss man too, probably.
It's but a rest area on the path leading across open plains. Right. You talk to the boss, eye to eye, like men of the plain. If you have any more questions, I'm set to...
そうだな。水門の先に行かなきゃ。
The woman is still hunched.
Huh? What is it? What do you want?
A lorry abandoned. The smell of cigarettes and perfectly closed the... An old monument stands in the middle of the...
Everything's still cool.
なんか移動。フルモンあるかな。ちょっと待って。自分で見た方がいい。特にねえな。
Hello, hello. Let me know if I...
仕掛けられるやつらじゃない。あ、治ったのか、水門が。
A rusting control panel with loose wires dangling out from the hole where you grab the handle and pull the lever up. As soon as the metal connects against the water lock starts moving.
これで新しいエリアに行ける。
Okay, if we ever need to get to the coast, then this is the way. But please...
Focus on one thing. Achieve...
必要な時になったら装備してもいいの。 プを。あ、テープを手に入れた。
拾った小銭で宿代
There's
稼
no
ぎで
way
すか
to listen to the tape without a working
あと
tape
空き
player
瓶な。
or portal reel at hand. A pawn shop.
歌えるようになるぞ、これと。あとラジ再生するものがあれば。
Yes?
あんたじゃない。
Yes?
あんたじゃない。金になるぞ。
A banged up motor carriage lies half submerged in the icy water, slowly sinking into. Remember the tire tracks in Martinez? This
It appears to be so. I agree. We should definitely investigate.
You get a sudden sinking feeling. Stomach acid comes up as you look at the motor carriage in the deep, dark, cold water. The motor carriage is properly stuck in the ice. Rust, moss, and sea life have already claimed it for them. The logo is too deep in the murky water. You can't make it.
The ice hasn't closed around the vehicle yet.
The estimate is correct. The incident probably occurred on Sunday. Your mock-in tone finds no response, but the motion of the waves.
I did not. But I'd say it has been here since last Saturday or Sunday. Let's wait for the low tide.
Great idea. Then we can get the things inside. The Joyrider jacket. You feel a strange connection to this Joyrider. Maybe he's from...
I don't know. An hour or two, tops?
As you sit down in the old, rusty playground, the world around you becomes very... The hinges creak under your weight. Nothing but the sound of seagulls high above in the sky, echoing like distant laughter. Ice cracks around the blue motor carriage in the sea.
Yes, it does. Let me think about it.
演劇が高いからアート刑事になれるぞ。
The tune on your lips forms a strange, undeniably beautiful contrast with the surrounding bleakness. The lieutenant gives you a quick glance. Then, still looking straight ahead, he joins you with a higher pitched and slightly more melodic trill. Two birds on a wire, whistling by the seaside, looking at the water.
あと数日でこの街が血の海になるかもしれないね。
The wind blows. In the distance, behind the church, some vagrants are having an argument over a bag of tear they found in the reeds. Further away, the clouds pass in the sky, and the shadow of the swing moves like the hour on a timepiece. Looks like this might take a while. Time to present a good topic for discussion.
I'm pretty sure I told you already, didn't I? My dad and mom are both half Seolite.
Clouds on the horizon grow darker, and the shadow of the swing set keeps climbing. You hear the distant rumble of the city. 30 minutes pass.
Luckily, I am already a member of an independent organization, and therefore do not have to choose between a rock and a hard place.
Your voice echoes on the water, strange and out of place in the environment. 30 more minutes pass.
Detective, I've been able to make out the mark ever since we arrived. I find it odd. It is a simple and rugged machine, favored by working men, government offices, firefighters, animal control people, you know, those kinds of people. Yes, 41.
It's as if he knows what it stands for, but wants you to say it. It's pedagogue. Does he know something about that speed racer?
I'm sorry, Harry.
41. Precinct 41. A massive pit opens up in your stomach, and the most terrible feeling comes over you. You feel like you're about to faint and fall off the swing.
まさか、そんな、やらかしたのがまさかそんな。
Oh God, Harry. Oh God,
そんな。
Harry. What did you do?
俺、主人公、一体。
No. Just nope. Say no to this, Harry.
あー、とんでもないことやってる。
I'm afraid so, yes. It looks like you started in front of the whirling, jumped over the canal, and then drove your vehicle in the sea right here. You can still whistle. Besides, the night is always darkest before the dawn.
励ましてくれてる。
Of whom? I don't.
Probably. Try definitely.
Detective, we don't. A rescue operation really isn't viable. I'm afraid it will have to be there like that for many years. Look at it. Parts of it might be. That is very unlikely. All the electrics are toast. That goes for the electromagnetic
あ
steering.
あ、
and
記憶
brake
失っ
systems
て
as
る
well.
時点でやばかったから。なんだよ、酒飲みすぎて記憶忘れる、失うって。
You'd be lucky to find one undamaged component in there. In a few months, well, not cheaper. This motor carriage costs 40,000 real. But in the long run, it still makes more sense. Let's face it, this is a substantial loss to your district's budget. I mean,
This was 20% of the station's vehicular budget.
well, it isn't. It's you. I'm very sorry. People are more valuable than machines. Training a police...
People, yes, but not you. The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and doesn't say anything.
Yes. Let's go take a look.
悲しいよ。権威上げてくか。意志力上げてもいいな。権威上げてちょっとハーディたちにお話できるようになりたい。あ、バッジだ。バッジじゃん。お前こんなスラだったの？王冠断月し。四角計算は悪くないんだよな。でも、元から高いから。 指揮官の格好するか、せっかくだし。おお、かっこよくなったじゃん。多分、きっと。
Yes?
マネージャー。
This is it, the scene of the party. The fire pit, cigarettes, and empty bottles, not as such. I'm talking about what looks like they were here a while, judging from all the bottles. The sunken motor carriage provided them a focal point.
Looks like it. Hey, let's keep moving, detective.
マジいいもんあんじゃん。演劇に上がんだけど。おいおい、どこにつけんだこれは。首か。いいね。プラスにはさすがにつけたいね。内陸帝国やばいステータスだしな。でも正直なこと言うと演劇もう上げなくてもいいんだよ。だっていくつあるよ。10だぞ。10もいらねえ。10は過剰だ。広。
Great news. The boat is big enough for a grown man like you to fit underneath it. I don't know. Sleeping? The elements are rough around here. I don't know about this. Huh?
Sarcastic self-pity. I understand the situation.
You have a home somewhere.
一応ここで一日を過ごすこともできると。もう登れないのか。匂いがひどいパンツから抜け出したぞこれで。
These are some wonderfully regular pants. Not too tight, not too loose. I know you do. These inter-Isolari pants are like wearing a perfect... You're a little more moralist now, buddy. A little more... Makes sense. worn and beaten wooden.
You can revisit the bench if you.
探さなきゃな。
The scruffy-haired the other one, looks indistinguishable from him. He watches his brother kick the stone with his tongue lolling out of his mouth. The stone-kicking one becomes...
He looks just like me.
The boy doesn't answer. His brother throws another. The rock kicker was just being...
You're bad with kids. Don't worry, everyone is. How about we do some police work now? We're not...
The kids don't reply. Absorbed.
広いな。掘れるんだけど。
Hello, mister.
She clutches a small stuffed animal. Occasionally, she twirls it around.
My mom's outside, and I don't really know about my dad. My mom's outside, and I don't really know about my dad. Yes. They don't want to play with me. They're older and play outside. They look the same. Sometimes I can't. They look identical. It's Lammy. He's my friend. Sort of. Like...
Lambie is a stuffed lamb that, admittedly, has seen better days. One of the eye buttons.
Yes. Very soft. Isn't he soft?
早くした。
It's a grouse.
You might be able to get on Gart's good side if you make up for the skewer you broke.
I don't know. Sure. I mean, you already took it. I don't like it anyway. It looks angry. Bye!
なんかもらったぞ。
The scruffy-haired little boy.
Yes. Yes.
You're not sure about the melody, but it might...
Welcome to the fishing village. Please lean in closer. I have cataracts. I still have a golden ear. Come, come. Oh, welcome, police officer.
We are not here to cause any trouble, madame.
Oh, of course. Last time we saw you around here was 12 years ago. No, not you personally. I meant the RCM. Some of the men got it. He was boarding, needed some help opening the door. You got it open.
She says it as if he was on some kind of spiritual retreat.
Oh, the usual.
That's you, all right. A black hound licking your own heels.
Maybe we are, because you're an ill omen. But you're still welcome here. As long as men with guns. I'm sorry there's not a lot of room to park the motor carriage. And not a lot of house. Ah, look at me ramble on. What brings you to stay? That said, if lodgings is what you're looking for, I've got a free room in the shack. I won't charge you for it. Take it as a gesture of goodwill from the village to the RCM. No one is using it, and God knows it's not much anyway. You can stay there. Don't make an old woman regret opening her house to the place.
Well, if you are not in the hostel in the morning, I'll know where to find you. Here, in a shack.
Just us. It's barely a village anymore. This is pretty much a non-place.
The place is so pornographically poor, it's not even funny.
宿だよ。
だいぶでかいぞ、それは。
Over there, you can find more of the same. Shacks and trees.
Between here and Jamrock, a dusty sea of old trees, all covered in industrial.
An old military hospital and its surroundings. Or it used to be. After the war, it was turned into a Goodwill hospital. Now the area is crisscrossed with nameless streets. The Goodwill ran out. The staff left and the place was shut down. It's long gone by now. Well, there's Lillian and her kids. A few new folks live in the house to the east. But and then there's the drunks. Not a pretty sight, but there's little we can do about it. Home is home. Sooner or later, you'll see for yourself. Don't have to look long to find these guys. Here, for you, no officer. The only money we have here is some coins the drunks try hiding from.
Under carts, boats, in little boxes. It's not hard to find.
The lack of wealth is the one.
It's cold.
Sometimes it's as though I'm also gotten lost inside this nameless nothing. Oh, it seems to be a common theme these days. Isn't that what people always think when they are lost? Something I can...
She nods, rinsing another piece of cloth.
Not much. There's the abandoned church. Some things just don't fly, officer. Look around.
So, they don't...
No, we've tried, but things just keep happening. Crime, accidents, other things. The place never stays open. Before you get to the church, there's some ruins. An apartment I don't know exactly. A pre-war place. It used to be something of note. The old fish market up on the boardwalk. But it's closed. No one. That's why it's closed. Now, what cash we do bring in goes straight in... What? You're one of those real estate people with big plans? If you want, it used to be a supply depot, we think, sending goods and ammo across the... And now you know everything there is to know about this coast. Me? No one. Just an old washerwoman. Mother called me Isabel, if that's what you're asking. Am I married? Now it's your turn, Mr... Why, I guess I will hurry. It just rolls off the tongue. He did too many narcotics. So many, he fell off his boat and split his skull on a buoy. Folks who saw it say his head cracked open like a melon. Nasty, nasty.
こいつなのか。ちょっと待って、タスク。イーゾベル。ああ。 いや別のやつになんかちょろまかしたいな。小屋もらったし。
The door has seen better days. The layer of
I'll wait outside to give you some time, and after we are done with the day,
the key turns with
演劇上げなくてもいいかもな。切れない。いや、ジャケット2枚着は無理か。2枚重ねは無理か。
An old mirror hangs on the wall. You see the reflection of your...
エリジウムって何ですか？
今学んでるところかな、それを。多分それを学ぶこともゲームに入ってるみたいなことをどっかで言ってたから。
producing a low hum. The room feels muffled, like you pulled your hat over your...
What is this place to you?
Behind the half-built cinder block house at the other end of the village, there are three. You already were a part of their crew once. You can get drunk with them again. You're probably going to hang out there a lot. Outside, the howl of the wind has picked up. The waves...
Look under the floorboards.
On the table, you see a bowl of water, a rough soap, and next to it, a small hand mirror. The water reflects back a vague image of your face. You'll be looking like a pansy without the chops. A fresh start looms ahead. Clean yourself up and be born anew. Like an artist with a brush.
ひげ剃りに失敗するとかあるんだけど、このゲーム。
Use the small mirror and the straight razor with some soap to remove all that unkempt hair from below the nose. The sharp blade chafes against your skin, reducing.
左下が変わった。
The surface underneath the beard feels tender. They feel so smooth, surprisingly so. A feeling of freshness. The water reflects back a vague image of your clean-shaven face. Despite the bulbous nose, you almost look like a professional.
板の下。こっからじゃ見れないか。外に一回出てからだな。
The bed is comforting, if a...
こっから行けない。内部で調べられる場所あったか。いや、ないはず。後回しにしよう。 いいね。だいぶ装備も充実してきたな。
Hi, officer.
Factory balanced. Bakelite and stainless.
Anything I can help you with? A fishing village on the seashore. This place doesn't really have a name. It's sometimes called... The sign on the street leading here is illegible. Has been since they built this place. The name is Lillian. People call me
こい
Netpicker.
つからも署名をもらっ
I
て
think
く
I
る
have
よ
time
ね。
for questions. And that was actually the second one.
Indeed, you're always confused as to you. Ask her about the cool sword. Helps to break the ice.
Unfortunately, the factory sold this one with a 3-year warranty instead of a story. It's too intimate. Not really. I know some basic moves, and I know it's sure as hell.
But not when you're in a tight spot.
It's a regular mass-produced sword, like a shovel, or from time to time, people need a lesson in respect. That's just the way it is. Back in the day, I caught the eyes of many men. And believe me, men need a lesson. No, I'm afraid not. Tempting to confiscate the blade I used to keep these animals in. What makes you think we haven't? The truth is that almost everyone in this life is scared and tired and stupid. That goes for men too. But they put on an act for us. Pretend.
That does not go for real men. It does not go for you. Coach means the expression.
やんの。せっかくみんなにある程度整えたのに。やるか。
Sure. It looks as if you could face down any horror in the world with that same unchanging grin.
The traces of her laughter are still there, in her eyes, fading fast.
Some went to patch their wounds, their lesson learned. Others were more thick-headed. And one of them, I ended up marrying. Guess I enjoyed the way he bled.
If it is, then why the melancholy?
Gone. To the waves. The sea took him. It was a long time ago. He didn't respect the sea. Went out there, drunk like a skunk, and sure enough, one day the boat was... Now, before you tell me how sorry you are for my loss, know that it was 4 years ago, and I've moved on.
She really likes those muscles, though. It's in the way she pronounces sinewy.
な、やば。
Us working folk don't have the luxury to be bedsick with melancholy. Life didn't really change that much for me and the kids.
This is neither a touchy nor a very interesting topic for her. She looks like she's ready to go on a date with another, better, drunk. Ask her. Both of you could need some.
ああ、薬中が囁いてくる。極めて難しい。
Like I said, fish mostly. Sail the waves, take care of the kids, pick nets. Right now I'm tired. I sell the fish to people in the Delta to serve at their fancy restaurants. Sometimes I also walk to the beach to see what the sea is.
Keep it professional, man. Don't make it sound like you're hitting on her.
Wood, pieces of glass. Every once in a while we see bottles, drugs also, lost cargo in general.
All right. Major choice moment. You only get to ask one thing. Mines. Mines. You need mines.
Well, the RCM has to wait for another one, 'cause some army folks came by, took it in the middle of the bay and blew it up. The blast was surprisingly timid for such a huge spiky thing. Sure is. The sun, I call her, coated with a fresh layer of tar just yesterday. It'll take some time for it to dry, assuming the sunny days continue. Aye. Sunny days.
No, ma'am. We have no quarrel.
Good. It would have been bad news had it turned.
There's a moment's silence. She looks at the slushy snow melt.
In time, when the sea turns and...
Waves wash the sand. A skiff moves across the... My prediction, it will be at least 2 days.
Let's see. Who are you looking for? I don't think I know what these are. Care to elaborate? Aha! Like snowmen. 2 odd guys have been wandering around here, nose in sand, talking nonsense about snowmen and the like. Right. Not only snowmen, also
Oh, you're getting it. And it...
Don't really know. Further down the peninsula, I guess. I mean, that's where they were heading. Yeah, I'm not really looking for that anymore. Not much into the middle-class ones either. Could do with some landed gentry, but apparently they don't make those anymore. Wish I could help you with that, but I haven't seen your working-class husband. Well, how can I assist you then, officer?
会話が長いな。いやー、そんな時間が大量にあるわけじゃないからなるべく手早くやりたい。
The noxious odor emanates.
Don't you call her? Yeah! Don't call Abigail! Uh-huh. Abigail.
You're not going to get... Never thought you'd see such a thing in your life. But this guy's a little too drunk.
Don't you fucking call her!
He snorts and beckons you to lean in closer. He waves his hand as if shooing you away. The man hiccups, then mumbles something unintelligible.
Don't call Abigail!
There's no use in yelling at
the drunk man. He does not sound...
Don't call...
There was little chance.
Good to see you, friend. Do I have deals set up for you, buddy boy?
Does he actually know you? Or is he just shopkeep friendly?
So what do you want? I got smokes. They're cheap. Very cheap. I got Pilsner. Great deal. You won't get a better deal on that piss. Spirits I can let go for free.
タバコ安い。
I also have speed. And by speed, I mean amphetamine.
あ、運動能力が上がるやつはなかなか見ないな。高いからあんま買えないけど。
Sure, friend. You know it.
Don't mind old Rosemary here. He's a buffoon. Let's have a word after your high-concept transactions.
Oh, the system's been good to old. You see, friend, man makes his own luck. And I bought cigarettes, bought beer, even bought a bit...
The hook Where is it? I can't see it.
Hook 'em and cook 'em, huh? You want to buy something? Let's keep it moving. Aye, by amphetamine, I mean speed. Aye, it's what I... Good, my man. Now what can... See, friend, it's real valuable. Worth every real, if you catch my drift. Got it from a bit of a business venture. You know, it's funny, actually.
He's finding it difficult to...
What? This guy. Oh, this is medicinal. I got one of those scientific ampoules a few months ago. Torpedo, they call it. It didn't stop me for shit, that's for sure. 5 lemons with half a pack of butter and you're good to go. It really isn't. In a week, the goddamn kidneys started giving me all kinds of... Those arseholes. Those arseholes charged me 4 real to remove the damn thing. But I came out on top after all. But the idiots left me alone in there. Now, I used to teach high school biology. I know. Like 3 cans of this blue medicinal stuff from the back room. 2 I already sold to these fine gentlemen here. But this last one...
Don't say it.
Yeah, be careful.
Feels like someone set a mustard field ablaze right inside your nose, then drenched it in tear. In all fairness, that might be a true...
So, what's the deal, friend? 3 real and it's...
Well done. You got it. That's a much more reasonable price right there. Makes sense now.
Just make sure to enjoy that.
Son, you will not kill yourself with this. Not today. So we're going to store this as a sellable item. Go sell it at the pawn shop for a profit.
In the civilized world, it's accustomed to...
長いお話を聞いたら安くなったぞ。倍になるぞ。よし。でもそれ以外にもなんか使いそうだな、これは。薬も酒もしばらく使える分は残ってんだよな。今買わなくてもいい。あ、なんか話しかけろとか言ってたな。終わったら。
Hey, Tequila! Good to see you. How's business? So what's happening? Yeah, Tequila Sunset. How are the...
He says it like it's obviously your name. Like you call someone Billy Brunel or leader of the 4th Street gang.
It's good to hear that you're on top of things. Talking about youth, sadly, things aren't going that well in Idiot Doom Spiral.
Idiot Doom Spiral, huh? This is bound to be a good, high-concept conversation. At last.
We are... Please! Okay, we're drinking. We're drinking alcohol. That's what we're doing. I tried to save the... So now, it's a pirate's life for me. It's you. You're Tequila Sunset. We've met before.
No, you sure don't.
Aha. Do you want... Let me take a sip to moisten up my cords. Tequila Sunset rolled into Martinez last Friday. Hey, let's not jump ahead of our... You got here on Friday to solve a case, hoping to be the early bird who gets the worm. And by the worm, I mean... Word on the street is you went around the local hostel telling people that you're a police officer, and that it would be really fucked up if you...
It is. Oh yeah, that the lieutenant's brow is furrowed. He's listening as casually as he can.
It was a late Saturday night when we, the Union of Moribund Alcoholics, were getting our drink on. Nothing remarkable about this. One moment we hear the sound of a motor carriage revving up somewhere on the plaza, followed by a series of dings and bangs.
Do you remember this?
Naturally, loud noises pique the interest of anybody owning a pair of ears. Anyway, there was a brief silence. A gasp of sight. Sounded like someone jumped the canal. What we saw was a sight to behold. A beat-up police carriage containing...
本当にやらかしてしまったのか。いや、まあ疑いようはなかったけど。
The time hath come. So, naturally, being the curious cat-eye... The time hath come for tequila sunset. The end of all things! After which, your reality contracted. You jammed the pedal, plowed right up.
Your hands cramped on the steering levers.
We ran towards the ice, whilst you crawled your way out, miraculously unhurt. When we finally got there, you were sitting on the beach crying. Recognizing a brother in need, we offered our condol. We asked about the whole tequila sunset thing, and you told us it was your name now, and insisted that we all call... I'm not sure. I think you were the event. Tequila sunset. You know, as opposed to a tequila sun... Yeah. Hours. It was an all-night drink-a-thon. Then, at some point... I think it was how they're beautiful and also whores and so on. How one of them fucks you real bad. After a short while...
Wow, that's quite a story.
Yeah, I bet tequila's a fucking legend.
If you only knew.
You were pretty vague about it. But
no one's fucked Abigail.
It seemed pretty painful, to be honest with you. If I had to guess, beside your gun and your badge, in retrospect, I guess you lost your motor carriage too? You told us that they were a bunch of no specifics, though. It was more about you that night. Yeah, you said it was no biggie.
A lot of cops go solo and hermit once they reach that level of alcoholism.
Yeah, you kept talking about how the... I didn't agree with you, by the way. The spectral hand of the market makes sure everyone gets exactly what they deserve. You kept apologizing for... You also kept pausing to knock the heel of your hand against your temples, saying, it's a hard thing for a man to confront his past. That's why I avoid mine at all costs. Whoop-de-doo. So now I'm a fucking storyteller. Right. Why not? It depends, really. Are you willing to help me out?
The gleam in his eyes and the... You might get scammed here.
I don't want it, man. I need... So... Have you got anything for good old idiot Doom Spiral? A bottle for a story. Seems fair to me.
余ってんだよな、下げは正直。
Interesting.
Hey, Spiral Boy, you gonna
Shut up, guys. I'm telling a story here. I was once a reasonably high net worth individual. A founder. I used the profits from my agency to finance what I called a cult. I developed the paradigm, worked within the paradigm. But the burden of leadership weighed 22 full-time employees. An all-star team, a potentially historical set of individuals. Worrying about them often kept me... It helped, truly, with my trust. But now dreams are worn thin, much like my... One day I left on my evening run, as you may...
His eyes are clouded. His eyes are your eyes.
So I removed the keyring and put the keys for the front gate. I was halfway done with my usual lap when it started to rain. The reality situation became wet, okay? It was raining. I made my way back home and discovered that I didn't have the key to the front gate. I'd mixed it up with the key to the letterbox, which was... Naturally, the situation required me to climb over the gate, which I did. Ouch, indeed. Reality was looking rather grim.
Ouch, indeed.
Me lying on my ass in a mud pit in the middle of a heavy shower. But when life knocked me down, so I made my way across the yard. Standing in front of my... I wish I were Tequila. I wish I were. Instead of my apartment key, I rang my neighbor's buzzers. It was late. People are naturally wary of ad men, you see. One moment someone chats you up, 5 minutes later you've bought a box of edible lingerie and a strap-on. Just then I experienced... But when I reached my office, I remembered that I'd asked one of my producers to change... Anyway, long story short, life spiraled out of control. I haven't gotten into my apartment for years, and my... So, now you've heard my tragic tale. What do you think? Like nothing you've ever heard, huh? Tequila, I've thought about this series of events for a long...
Why didn't you go to the authorities?
Well, at one point they came to me, but I can't say it increased my faith in the RCM. No offense, gentlemen. Yeah, maybe I've exaggerated, but what matters is that it's true to my subjective experience.
Truly, he has the soul of an artist.
I do. But as you can see, my fuel tank is running quite low. Then I can't keep on telling the stories. Good fucking question, Tequila. I used to own my reality situation. My business buddies and I had our own... Now I can't hang on to anything. Just last week I stole this nice new jacket, but then I lost it too. The only thing... My agency. Man. The Boom Boom Room. I convinced my partners to reinvest some of... I was financing a group of poets in East Revachol.
Sounds intriguing. If it sounds like it makes no sense, that's because it doesn't.
I know! It was fucking awesome! Too bad I went on a... What? You've never...
You really shouldn't touch it.
That might be the right idea. This here is one of the last of it.
By primo, he means possibly carcinogenic. Lycra, TM, it's also known to...
Wow, you're lucky.
That's because your paws are fucking filthy, Rosemary. We're right next to the bay. You could walk, my fellow...
Hey, Tequila!
Shut the fuck up, Rosemary.
I thought he was...
A gurgling sound comes from the direction of...
And yeah, you're already acquainted with abs. So yeah, that's basically us. We drink tequila. It's a verifiable tragedy. It was practically brand new. Sure, it didn't really go with my Lycra threat. Say, you're a detective, right? Maybe you can help old Doom Spiral out. Solve the case of the missing jacket. What do you say, Tequila? Yeah, exactly. You're here to serve, right? If I knew where I lost it, don't you think I'd have it? I mean, somewhere north of here, that's for sure. You could ask around, see if anyone's seen it. I'm all ears, Tequila. You too.
持ってはいないか。持ってなら多分選択肢に出てくるしな。
壊れ物さんも敬意を込めてテキーラサンセットと呼ばせていただきます。
もうちょっと派手に事故ってから、配信で事故ってからにしてくれ。たまに衝動的に配信しようとするときは、ちょっと事故の気がするから。なんだろう。事故ったことを言う可能性が高くなるから、ちょっとね。たまにあるんだよな。昨日とかもちょっと夜遅く、このゲームに影響されてたのがちょっと、現実味が薄かったから衝動的なことをしようとしたけど、さすがにな。
15の夜しちゃったか。
さすがにな。
There's no way.
暗くなってきたね。
The legend! He's back! And firstly, I got smokes and piss and a little speed to spice things up.
安いから買ってもいいんだよ。
My kind of guy. Bottoms up, Captain.
Yes? Yes?
剃ったんだとか言う。
Yes. I don't know what to say. Perhaps I'm not really sure about this turn of events. I think the mutton chops might have been a better idea. This
damage.
Either way, good on you. You were saying?
あんまいい反応じゃなかった。
Sunset. What's it about? I'll let my hand address the situation. Maybe you've heard. I used to be a very successful businessman. I've signed more than a few lease forms or whatever the fuck they were.
I got a freebie when I purchased a whole carton of cigarettes. Smoke cigarettes, get a free pen. Deals.
The writing under the Tiny Crown logo.
Thanks, Rosie. Hey, Abs. Hey, Abs.
The man mumbled.
Hey. Goddamn Abigail is here. Wake up. Wake up. I'll be damned.
Sure, I can fucking help.
Oh.
Hey, guys. We're heroes.
About fucking time, man. I've done my duty.
本当に酔っ払いのおかげでいいようになるかもしれないよ。
Thank you for your services, gentlemen. Should we go and mail these? I think I saw a mailbox on the plaza.
Okay, what's on your mind?
来たー。
You take the legal documents out of the envelope. A
いやー、イブラートには嘘ついてばっかりだな。
drop in temperature, an easy flow there. An empty street. Before you, a thoroughfare unjammed with lorries. No, chemically sweetened. Across the road, a forgotten bus stop. Corrosion has opened. The road is smooth and motley. Craters filled with a black asphalt. The asphalt, a tub warm with water, white with soap. A man bathes what? Number 312D. Young girls used to come here, huddled up, hoping for more warmth. Then craters pocked the surface. Children played in them until heavy trucks full of black pitch. There's one bump on the road. A dead dog lies flat about. Tragedy comes from the wheels of a fast RCM vehicle. The wind moves the aerosol. A detective.
ジャケット探してやるか。
The scruffy-haired little boy This one doesn't.
Lily's our mum.
The stone kicker, the other one. Wow, the stone kicking isn't even a very high caliber. Anyone can do that.
You're stupid. Okay.
Our tenant, a policeman. What do you want?
That's an excellent question, ma'am.
He probably pawned it for booze. Are you getting a reward for it at least? Good for you. Anyhow, you might ask Lillian if she's seen anything lately.
払います。
Aye, the sea's gonna calm down soon. I can feel it. The wind is turning southeast. What's on your mind, officer? Oh. That's good to know, I guess. Why is it in the sea? That's great. Until then.
Sire, she doth not believe it wasn't you.
Police business. I understand. Anything remarkable? That one. It's a good thing, too, that he has an actual police officer looking for it. Good old Dooms.
That's odd. Is she actually impressed?
How sweet of you. It really is. I check around the abandoned fish market on the boardwalk. Drunks are inexplicably...
A phenomenon that the
If one of them lost something, that's as good a place to start looking as any.
Wow. So someone's been a little boring.
演劇がなんか喋り出したぞ。
Yes, my standard liege. Someone's seen all sorts of wild ideas pop off and thought, I'll take the boring one. The regular, please. The brown.
You? I wouldn't worry about that.
See? You're so regular and vinyl brown, he doesn't even want to talk to you about it. Of course you do. Let's get right to it. My lord's coppo type is regular cop. I'll let everyone know. I'll send out a telefax. Yes, the type of cop you are, sire. Think of it as a caste, a class even, a nation of regular law officials that you belong to. It comes, of course, with the usual benefits. Done and done. No actual communiques will be sent, of course. That would be too dramatic.
新しい思考を手に入れた。内力抵抗は下がるんだけど、マイナス2は。とにかく22時までにはイブリースのところまでに戻らなきゃいけなくて、で、21時に予定があるよな、俺は。で、鳥の白線を渡したくて。21時でしょ。で、ニッチに連絡。これ戻った方がいいかも。遠いな。 一旦戻ってもいい、走って。この辺がどれだけあと残ってるか調べるか。広い。クイックトラベルなんてあんの？あるわ。便利。これで移動はそんなに心配しなくてもいい。
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Yes. The armor was produced by Fairweather in their facilities in Betancourt. It was part of a special order for Corps de Pharmacie, a security firm contracted to protect the interests of Oranese pharmaceutical companies. So, it seems the armor went to Seminine. That's where the paper trail ends, though. Even the firm has proven difficult to track. Corps de Pharmacie has been renamed several times over in the years since the armor was issued. Yes, that is the most recent name the ACP has been able to connect to the CVP. And the one before it was Downwell. No, they were called sediments. And somatosensor, it seems. All that during the last night.
A suit of armor like this would have been manufactured with a particular person's physique in.
Yes, but the ACP tends to be reluctant to share private sector records.
This is a fun challenge for her. An opportunity to contribute beyond doing her job by rote. She'll gladly put in the extra effort for Team RCM.
Glad to help. Call back tomorrow. Hopefully I'll have more for you then.
明日か。
Not yet. But I was able to convince the database people to share private sector information.
明日の
They
朝。
promised to get back to me by tomorrow morning. Do you have any other questions? Just a... Sylvie Man... Yes, hello? Oh, great. What else do you need, detective? No, absolutely not.
You hear the call
Anything else I can add? 57's over.
in the cabin.
振られ
You
て
see a set
気力が減って終わったんだが。悲しいね。
かわいそう。
鳥の剥製渡しに行くか。いる、剥製いる。
Can I help you? What is this thing? What, the interior decorating kind? You know, I'm sorry. This is actually a nice bird. A competent piece. I can fix it to the plaque and have a new bird in the establishment, I guess? So...
This was mostly about the fucking cardio. Massive cardio.
I feel good about our work here today.
It's not actually about that, but he liked it.
ワープ手に入れたから大した手間じゃないんだが。外行かないとできないと。 あー、ポストに入れるがある。広場のどこだ、これか。
The dented yellow mailbox greets you with its graffito and bullet holes.
Yes, for sending mail.
You drop the white envelope in the darkness. About a week's worth of mail as collected in there. That probably did the right thing. You can't trust that slug, Everard. You know.
All right, let's go back to Everard. If we don't mention anything to him, he won't know before it's too late.
The box seems happy.
今から言ってもいいが、あいつとやり合うんだったらもうちょっと経験値稼いでからでもいいな。ここは広すぎんだろ。
最近配信じゃないとエルデン周回できない身体に。
いいんじゃないか、配信してやっても。今俺はいけないけど。まあまあ、アップデのおかげで相手には困んないだろう。だけやったんだったらちょっとね。ああ、そっか。今は休んどくべきだな。配信も見ずに横になっておくべきだと思うよ。無理言ったわ今。おとなしくしてくれ。おとなしくしてさっさと直してカンストキャラを作り、そしてクライサ初見プレイ配信をする。それが今必要なことですね。
There's a cylinder on the ground
お大事に。
in which the man is arranging some netting. It looks like some kind of trap. He notices you.
そうじゃんクライスタが。
気が向いたらね、まあ万人受けするかは怪しいけど、でも終盤最後までやって満足する内容ではあると思う。きっとマジで終盤いい、まあいいと言って差し支えない。この人間でも俺の少年でも最後までやってよかったとは言えたゲームだから、いいよ。おすすめです。
Who's there? Oh, the police. Hello, officers.
曲はまあ間違いなくどこでもいいしな。
His self-conscious enthusiasm renders his movements ungainly. He looks like your understanding of a scientist.
何時間くらいすか。
結構ある。結構ある。ちゃんと、いやまあ本当に最後の最後までやろうと思うと結構あるね。うん。気軽にちょちょいってやって終わる内容じゃないね。だからほんと気が向いたらやればいいと思うよ。エルデンリング持ち場あるうちはエルデンリングでも全然いいと思うよ。
ありがとう。
まあ 待ってますってことで。なんだったら、いやまあ俺は今このゲームやってるから、明日とか言えねえな。そもそも陽性だし。悪いゲームではないんで。
Is that the police? Why are the police here?
Don't worry, Gary. To what do I owe?
That's sarcasm. He takes no pleasure from your appearance.
Of course. Thank you for passing along the message. That damn water lock is broken. We can't go all the way around the 881.
権威を上げてハーディたちに話しかけて。
The 881 is a raised motorway that separates Martinez from Jamrock. The labyrinth of streets underneath it makes it difficult to pass, not like walking over a nice water lock.
Oh, good.
Did he say we can...
Yes, Gary! We can go soon!
Sir.
I just have to do one more round. See if the phasmid has taken the bait. Well, first of all, it's damn difficult to... Good question. Being a phasmid of the order Phantasmod, and I suspect it may have also developed other specialized techniques. It's my hypothesis that it has evolved certain but I cannot describe how these defenses work, much less how they evolved. But I'm expecting it to be quite giant. One known species of...
Seems puny, to be honest.
Typical rookie assumption. Insects are much more sophisticated. Even simply catching a glimpse of the Insulindian phasmid would be the apex of my...
Would be glory itself.
Very little, I'm sorry to say. No one's ever captured a not yet.
Just out of curiosity, if there's no proof of its existence...
I know it's real.
It's clear that his obsession with the phasmid is driven by something more than the pure...
By which I mean, I've heard enough first-hand accounts to believe quite firmly, yes, the most recent sighting was by a... It's the first credible sighting in several decades. Admittedly, it's an unusual location for this species, but with all the sewage runoff upstream, it probably... I have to resist the thought. Such an extraordinary creature is doubtlessly highly resilient.
He means asexual reproduction. The females of the species don't need to mate to produce viable eggs. This makes it easier for a species with a small population to survive.
Yes, the Insulindian phasmid is a very clever insect. That's why... Well, they may not look impressive. Yes. Simple. Attracted by the locusts, the phasmid crawls down. At least, that's the intention. The net isn't a perfect... Locusts. Nearly all known phasmids are herbivores.
Inside the traps, a number of locusts crawl and tumble over one another in a tiny, chittering... A meat-eating stick insect? Does it pretend to be the reeds as part of its ambush behavior? This seems unlikely.
Thank you for your opinion. We have also included plant material in the traps. To say they'll work, I assure you. The predatory hypothesis, using locusts... Yes. What? I've just always liked animals and puzzles. Searching for cryptids is a bit of both. It's not child's play, just because I have to trade through the mud every so often. Real. I know you think one is a respectable profession, while the other is superstition. Everyone does. Indeed. My methods do not differ from other scientists.
Your nerve endings tell you there is no such thing as a positive surprise.
No, as I said, I have yet to catch a cryptid, although I have come close.
Interesting. Something for later, this close call.
Everything from forgotten region.
He's interested in things that people believe that scientists don't.
Most establishment scientists only care about reputation and remuneration. No. Very few cryptids are ever discovered, and not for of the list of cryptids kept by the Cryptozoological Society. Two are categorized as confirmed discoveries. Yes, the Chateau Quan forest pygmy, who turned out to be an extinct species of primate, and a cave salamander. We cryptozoologists are brutally honest with ourselves, more so even than the public. With cryptids, most cryptids are hoaxes or they are never found. That does not mean we should stop searching. Indeed. If our expedition is successful...
The hair on your arms stand up. He has clearly done his math on this. There is no surprising him or swaying.
Yes? And I'm eager to return to her, I assure you. My wife understands that.
Come on, Morale.
And leave the traps? Absolutely not.
Come on, she wants us back. I'm soaked up to my nuts over here. We'll both catch reed crabs if we don't dry out soon.
I'm doing this for science. Of course it's important to her. She's seen it. A verified... Yes, that's how we first came to know one another. In fact, suffice to say, it's long been our dream to find proof.
His spirit may be willing, but his body might be too old to endure the rigors of the coast.
No, no, no. The traps need...
He's dead set on this.
I didn't expect you to take such an interest in our work here, officer. Yes, indeed. Both require a great deal of research. There are 4 in total. One is to the south, on this little peninsula, by the boathouses there. It's very near. Another we set in Land's End, to the northeast. It's behind a small sand dune there. The third is set near the canal, where you crossed, by a concrete slab. A big thicket of reeds going up the slope, and among them... You should check at least one of those before returning to this one, since I just said it. This one's more of a technicality.
That seems like a lot. Do we really have time for this extracurricular venture? Is it?
If you think it's important, you have been right before.
Bring it to me at once.
He's not comfortable with the possibility that you'll claim the find, but he's lying about this even to himself.
That's highly unlikely, officer. But in the event you do, it's made of musk and research chemicals. The pheromone should attract the insect to you, or at least prevent it from bolting at the sight of you. It's quite potent. Will last you about a week.
This is the smell of...
I hope you're not buying this. He dispenses it without letting you touch the canister, so it would be precious like holy water.
It is precious. A single dose cost me 50 real to develop. Not that I expect you to understand self-financing one's...
Right, which means you two can pack up.
Finally!
Thank you for your help. Gary and I will start breaking down camp. If you have any more...
If it's more cryptid-related business you want to discuss, you'll have time for that later too. But what if the information is vital? On the hunt.
All right. What cryptids...
We would have to discuss. You need to ask him about specific cryptids. Cryptids you've heard about from Lena, or his friend Gary. He won't just talk.
A willow person. It's a long...
Willow people? Not at all.
They're not people, really. Some argue they're very, very thin.
時間が。時間が。
And can camouflage themselves easily. Rapid, you probably have. Gary and I painted an entire grove's worth of after waiting in hiding for hours. I chased it with a net. Not very elegant.
A lavender shadow.
I know you think we were snacking on Fanny Mashroom. Furthermore, I'm not saying it was a confirmed sighting.
He makes it a real point here to
confirmed. It's 100% verified and meets all the standards. No offense, officer, but I'm not much of a pedagogue. Me? I'm not a people person, unless you haven't noticed. And I don't make a good lecturer, by all means.
Hello, I'm Gary. Yellow Man. I mean, up.
The lieutenant raises his yellow man. Interesting.
I'm just waiting for my friend Morel to finish up with his insect trap.
隠れファシスト。
Return to civilization. I like nature, just not
Degenerates. This man respects authority too much. To see the truth inscribed upon thine own visage. Pretend thou art the paragon of virtue.
dark times will do that to good men.
Serious question time. This man is no innocent. No one is.
My mug? Why would you think that? Really? I hear it all the time. All in jest, of course. No offense meant to anyone. Okay, I admit it. I threw the mug away in the trash container behind the hostel. You're not going to find me, are you?
안에 세비를.金困ってないしな、別に。
Whew. Thank you. You won't regret this. I won't use another man's property to dump my garbage ever again. I don't know what got into me, really. Work has been...
What did you do, Gary?
Nothing. Nothing.
Here we go. Start pumping that sweet info.
I know a guy who works with the trash collection services, CS Municipal, so I can use the Whirling's trash compactor to store my own stuff. Garbage disposal is expensive as hell. The damn Bohemians run it like a... I'm sorry, okay?
Disgraced. No need for the histrionics.
He studies his reaction. Gary doesn't answer.
Officer, please. Let me explain. I was only cleaning up. I live right across the yard from where he was hanged, and I saw him stripped naked. All the clothes lying around in the yard, smelling. Then I came out to clean up the rags, because no one else would. I put them into the Whirling's trash. Okay. I was coming to...
Right. It was just...
Exactly.
As he shifts uncomfortably, a series of clicks, like the clinking of glass beads against one another as they roll across a hardwood floor. You've heard this sound before, but where?
What sound? I haven't the slightest. There's lots.
Every day, the wind shifts the reeds and whatever was left in them.
What sound? Really? There's lots of weird stuff.
Every day, the wind shifts the reeds and what?
Armor? No. I mean, yes. Of course. I know he was...
An infant could see he's not telling the truth, but he's too scared to... There's something going on here. You should observe him more closely after this topic is concluded.
I hope I could help your investigation, in my small way. Not many Sealites here, or anywhere, other than Sale. I meant no offense, truly. Oh, yes, of course he is. I was just speaking about his connections. Let's change the subject, okay? No. I help Morel with research sometimes, and I've learned some things along... I told you everything I know, sir.
He's not feeling too comfortable in his own skin. Uncomfortable shifting around doesn't make him the killer, though. It's something else.
Always a I mean, officers. Not many Sealites here. No problem at all. Not many Seal...
The lieutenant looked...
Oh, no. Nothing like that. Definitely not scheming. Always a pleasure to see an officer of the law. I mean, officers.
平成上げるやつあるか。あった。
Hear that? Magnesium. The magnesium levels in your blood are dangerously low. It's about the low magnesium levels and not the... Yes, and it's critical. Look at yourself. You're practically... You need to get so magged up. You've probably had one stroke. Don't be so modest. He's having one right now. Yes, if you want to live, you need to evolve. Just remember, it's not, and it's certainly not the dextro, nor pyrrolidon, nor smoking for 40 years. It's the lack of magnesium.
Always a pleasure. I mean, officers.
That shirt looks very uncomfortable on him. Look at the buttons, barely keeping that thing together, as if something is ready to rip out from underneath. Yes, like a piece of ceramic armor, for example. One that makes a clicking sound when the plates meet each other.
I knew you'd figure it out, officer. I'm sorry I didn't tell you at once. I was ashamed of what I did. And I didn't want you to know.
We're not detecting falsehoods, sire. He's gearing up to admit the truth.
Gary, what's going on?
Later, Morale. I've got apologizing to do.
No, you've got explaining to do.
He sighs again. hangs his head and unbuttons his shirt fully. A cuirass that
Yeah.
matches the dead man's boots comes
Yeah.
into view.
手に入れた。
Soon it is in your hands,
超強そうな
swimming
アーマー。
of his sweat.
嬉しい。
This is it. This will protect your mortal shell. Don it and live.
Everyone was picking those pieces off him, and I was watching them do it. And so I went there to take out the trash and started cleaning up. All those rags on the ground, him swinging up there, and I had a lapse of only the cuirass was left. So I stripped it off him. It was early in the morning. No one saw me. I took it with me. It was a mistake. Had I known it'd give you guys trouble, I wouldn't have... Fuck.
We're detecting sincere contrition here, sire.
It's okay. It was...
I'm so fucking sorry I called you Yellow Man. CLI officers commanded the suzerain...
They were thoroughly conservative men. It's difficult to say what the lieutenant thinks of this historic apology. His face does not belie emotions.
Because I was weak.
The hell, Gary? You in trouble?
I'll explain later. I always thought it was the Union. Some Union hardasses. Lynched him because of the strike.
This is all he knows.
Yes, absolutely. I will never do anything like this again.
Yeah. スーツスーツスーツ。装備品か。装備品だ。おー。共感が減るが。さまつな問題。いいもんもらったね。
We'll be on our way soon. Hell no. I had no idea.
Thanks. Always a I mean, officers.
ほぼ最強装備みたいなもんじゃないのか、説明的には。マジで広がってんだけど、どこまでもって。
Heavy wooden doors, more than twice your height, stand shut in front of you. The rectangular sea-worn ornamentation appears. This cheap-looking padlock is sturdily built. It shackles together a hasp and you see a yellow circle with two X's and a big curve below them that looks like there is something blindingly modern about this symbol. It's the contrast between the cheery chemical yellow and the rigor mortis. As if the cheery guy, he takes off his glasses and uses a...
No. Looks like a dead man smiling. Suggests junior delinquency. For Revachol ZOC, the moral intern defined these acts aren't called crimes as they would be for adults. Crimes committed by minors are called delinquent acts. I haven't seen that sticker before, and I'm not a youth. That level of conceptual thinking is not part of my skill set.
The padlock passes through a staple that's been hastily attached to the wood. Closer inspection reveals that one of the... Should you want to get through, it might be easier to just pry the hole.
Maybe we should circle the building first and look for another way. The building has seen enough mistreatment. Yes, the pulsing base. A sure sign of junior delinquency. Somewhere east of here.
There's something on the sea ice there. The carving on the door is block-like and angular. Like the surface is smooth from the wind, but moist to the touch. A metal payphone under a yellow plastic dome. A metal payphone under... You hear the tone. The machine is inoperable. Calling. Still, this feels wrong. End of tone.
Pierre? Is that you, Pierre? So nice of you to find the time to call me. It gets so lonely. Even the animals have died. Are you sure?
Her voice is drowned in white noise. Sounds like you get a sinking feeling. It makes you look if Lieutenant Kitsuragi overheard you. To your relief, he did not. Someone has left an unidentifiable article of it's streaked with dried seagull shit and tangled with... It seems likely that it was left in the surf until...
Please tell me you're not taking that with you. I'm sure he'll be thrilled to have it returned.
As you hold it in your hands, it makes it's a sordid, filthy tale, not for the weak. Are you sure you can stomach it? Some secrets are better left uncovered. Don't even try. Seriously, it occurs to you that you're not... It smells like a dead sea creature, tangled in grey strands of seaweed. Why? Why did you think about it? Look at your hands. Now you're just flicking that shit every...
ダメージを負った。百科事典プラス2か。局所的に使う可能性はある。
The smell. It's awful and familiar. It doesn't help. Keep it in now. Don't overreact. Don't be naive. Don't you recognize it? That hideous punch. Something cold. Wait, it is death. It must be. The lieutenant has already... There's some tear, an empty cigarette package, and a crumpled kebab wrapper in the trash bin. 2 empty bottles. No, there's more in there.
A tragedy.
Whoever tossed it here, Red Astra is the black market version. You see traces of mayonnaise. It's no older. It's hard to concentrate in the smell. There's some tear. A man lies on the boardwalk, his limbs bent and neck turned at an unnatural angle. Right next to him, half of his body has slipped between the cracked boardwalk, starting with the right leg. The fall has left him. The smell is not...
Hold on. Lividity is faintly pronounced. Whoever this is has been dead for 2 days. No.
Another dead body. Calm now. Carefully. Just another day. Just another dead body. Breathe. There's some dried blood on the metal bench, right where the corpse's head rests. The floorboards are rotten and slippery wet around the hole. An empty bottle lies nearby. A chewing gum wrapper. A .75 litre. It's mid-market split.
Tear all around us. I'd prefer if you didn't collect them this time. It's not proper.
Grabowski spearmint chewing gum. Green leaves on the cover. The blackness of death.
He ate the whole pack, right? It's too... I've seen it before. Almost the same scenario. Even the chewing gum. It's always the same.
They screech under your feet ominously. You see waves churning below. He could have easily disappeared into the sea through that hole. And you would have never... A dried chunk of blood covers...
I don't see any other major wounds, do you? Seems like the head wound was fatal. It's exactly the shape of the bench.
The entire boardwalk. He's wearing mud-caked boots, beige trousers. The leather jacket suits him well. It must be custom made. A cool leather jacket with a bolt of blue? Oh no, this sounds terribly familiar. You find some sunflower seeds and a rain-soaked library card folded into 2. His jacket feels sodden.
Good. We should take a look at that library card.
The man has fallen through a crack in the boardwalk and hit his head. You have to be quite inebriated to fall that bad. Well over a litre of pure ethanol. 3 bottles of wine, or maybe it was just dark. His expression is dull, like the sea. Height, 170 to 175 centimeters.
Looks like one of the locals. He'd have to know this spot. But that's just a lazy assumption. What do you...
A dead working-class man with a bottle in his hand? Don't deceive yourself. You know who this is.
The woman you met at the book stand? Why do you think it's her husband? The bright blue lining? Well, he's definitely someone's husband. Death by misadventure. He slipped and fell through the boardwalk. A truly unfortunate accident. If it wouldn't have been for that bench, he'd be alive. They'll seal this place off after the news reaches the coalition officials. Not that sealing it off would keep anyone away. All it does is keep the city council's hands clean. No, I don't see anything that points in that direction.
Yes, but what if there's a killer on the loose? 2 suspicious deaths in such a short time frame.
A sequence killer? There's nothing that connects those 2 bodies. This is a completely Yes, but I just wanted to make it clear it's not a sequence killer. Oh yes. Some symptoms of acute alcohol poisoning. But I think that death arrived through head trauma, not... What about it? The deceased...
Sometimes a kebab is just a kebab.
It does seem to be a pretty straightforward misadventure. Although there's still a question. From where I stand, I can see 2 options. We either take the case and follow the leads to identify the body on our own. A field autopsy isn't necessary if the I'd say we should just write down head trauma in the autopsy report and leave it at that. It would save us at least. Maybe, but we don't really have much time or resources to spare. The guys at processing will take care of the rest. Alright, we should first examine the library card you found. Then we can call the station from my kinema. Let them know we are taking...
いや、こんなことになるとは思わねえじゃん。道端のおばちゃんの話聞いて、旦那最近見てないんだよねって話からこんなことになると思わないじゃん。
The library card is folded into two and still slightly. Billy is a unisex name. Could be the deceased or his family member. Whoever owns this card is an avid reader. You find a list of books written in blue pencil. Most of these titles seem to be in the... If lost, please return the card to the library.
Good. We should give them a call from my kinema. See if we can learn anything about Billy Méjean.
「あと数日で血の海になるかもしんない」っていうのにあたりが、俺は一体何を。
You see, a once bright mural towering, a slogan used to intertwine with the loops a long time ago. Now, only a shadow of peer.
Looks like tomorrow never came.
And Mikhail noticed the windows, especially with how there are no windows on the south side. This was to deal with. You officers, come to investigate the historic subtext of West Martinez? I'm Tran Heilostam. You must be Kim Kitsuragi, right?
Nice to meet you.
Yes, hypertext. Young cop.
He's just making up fancy words. This doesn't mean anything.
Oh yes. So, Mikhail, they had to deal with monitor glare, especially in the summer. They still had vector monitors back. No, I can't say that we've met before, but I've heard of Kim, of course. Mikhail, say hi to the officers. Mikhail's a little tired today. We spent all night trying to run Orbis on his radio computer. Have you heard of it? It's a programming language used in Grad. Quite tricky, but he wanted to play...
The man speaks in the artificial cadence of a professor. Or someone who's been on too many.
But I assume you're not here for giant worms when there are so many real things to see. Just as I was telling Mikhail before, this is where the coalition landed in 08. We could be
This man is your half-brother. You feel it. But why? Well, get a load of this guy. He really enjoys his trivia. The Orbis programming language was named after its inventor, Victor Orbis, a cybernetician from Grad. They run Vox in the...
Aha! But it's not just any empty old building. What not a lot of people know is, this used to be the R&D department of Felt Electrical. And Felt, which now sells ink cartridges mostly, was once a top dog in the turn of the century.
It looks old and weathered, with seagulls picking apart its stone and metal carcass.
That's not surprising. Only a vestigial ink cartridge and ferrotape. They started out as a midway electronics outfit in Königstein 2 centuries ago. After an aggressive... Still, Tricentennial was beating them in business machines. But Feld had an ace up their sleeve. Or should I say, they were developing an ace up. It was here in Martinez, possibly in this very building, that they developed prototypes. An elegant folding mechanism of rollers and ferrotape ribbons, portable enough to be a take-it-home, which is a feat of engineering, even today's giants. Reim.
He assumes something like a combat stance.
Indeed. What?
The revolution!
Unfortunately, Their moonshot project never made it to the market. Feld's move to Revachol backfired. The revolutionary government liquefied their assets. All of this was built by Feld, even a boardwalk. Wild Pines built Martinez proper as a resort for their middle management. Feld built this side of town for R&D. Yes, they even built a pleasure wheel.
A pleasure wheel?
Yes, to lure in their star engineers. This part of Martinez was nothing but reeds before it fell around. Oh, I'm afraid it didn't end well for the boys. But this story is a bit...
He means that the boys got shot by the communists. The boys were bourgeois.
Tape computers. They used them for military communications, but also to write and send out press releases. What's the Mars Decree? I mean the radio transmission sent out to news agencies.
A short-lived legislative...
It's a beautiful piece of text, actually. A singer-songwriter I know, Charette, called it a love poem to Revachol on her political concept album, I tried to get Mikhail to memorize it. Tried to. Someone was...
The kid takes a peek at the green and silver worm on the cover of the book.
Actually, no one knows. No one even knows what a computer made entirely of tape would look like. But word...
Buckle up.
10 years ago, I did a little freelancing, I guess you could say. I was a special consultant for an exhibition at the Wompty Dumpty Dum Center in Vredefort, Oranje. It raised the same question.
Wait, did he just say Wompty Dumpty Dums? He did it. He said Wompty Dumpty Dum Center. What the hell is a Wompty Dumpty Dum Center? And who the hell are Keith and Guy Joost?
The Wompty Dumpty Dum Center for Contemporary Art. The exhibition itself drew on Lagerman's notion of memory, and so there were some parallels. That's why the head curator, Paul In fact, I'm not. The Wompty Dumpty Dum Center is a place you can visit if you're ever in Vredefort and are ever in the market for an exhibition space / contemporary art research center. But perhaps I should return to the tape computers. As I was saying, the device itself was very elegant, fragile even. One could write directly on the tape using a special chemical solution. The machine would then analyze the handwriting, perform
Made of black film and folding tape structures.
Very, very cool. Though I understand the socio-economic causes of the revolution, it pains me to imagine the revolutionary setting fire. Yes, the official name of the prototype. Some sort. Who knows? Maybe it was an accident, or maybe they didn't want the technology to end up in the wrong hands.
こいつ時間食うやつだ。
They're all gone now. All 3 versions of the prototype. Nothing but debris and ashes remain in... But of course, what else? I do have some money, yes, but that's not...
He's not gonna give you money. What are you doing? No, I mean, come on. You need the money. If it's not a thing, he can give you some.
Oh no, I don't have it on me, officer. I was talking in more... I'm just spending time with my kid here, showing him around the lesser-known parts of...
Not that he would have to worry about being robbed. He looks surprisingly buff. Does he work out?
I do some...
Lo Mantang stick fighting is a form of martial arts originating from the island of Lo Mantang.
Actually, a great many cultures have their own version of stick fighting, such as the sacred Mabolo tradition.
You doze off as he paints you a comprehensive picture. Man, he's good at speaking. People must love him.
But anyway, I'm boring you with details again. You were saying? Lomantang stick fighting is a little like a Pyrrolidon addiction.
Wait, what does this man know about Pyrrolidon addiction?
You got me, detective. But
Here's a former junkie. I can recognize when I see...
Dad's fighting with sticks every night after dinner for 4 hours.
That's right, Mikhail. It also has a meditative quality. Helps to clear my head. But anyway, no, thanks to you for having me in, little Mikhail.
Pick your brain, if anything.
こんだけまあ新しい思考を手に入れたが、こんだけ話して経験値ごと新しい思考か。まあ俺はほぼ斜め読みだったが。 さすがにな。
There's a trap in the reeds at your feet. Looks like the same one you saw Morel set before. Behind you, the ruins of a resident. When this district was booming, the reeds were kept at bay. Nothing obscured the freshly painted facades. Nowhere for drunks. Locusts are crawling around in the trap, confused but
Big surprise. Anyway, 1 down, 3 to go. No, you weren't.
behind you. When this district was a scattering of bullet holes is spread across the cracked wall, reaching from one corner to the other.
Correct. The density of the bullet holes is meaning this is a lot of bullet holes. Looks like fully automatic rifle fire. Something you don't... The manufacturing and sale of automatic rifles was curtailed after the revolution. The destructive power of such tools proved to be too much. We do need to retain some humanity in this world.
さっきの回は意味あったんだけど。
A row of ghostly shades stand facing the wall. There are many of them, a dozen at least, their heads lowered and eyes blindfolded. It's quiet. Nose 10 meters away. Other shades are lined up the sun blazes high up in the sky, baking the planks, the sand. A long time has passed since the moment of this fusillade. The abundance of bullet holes leads to two options. Either an inordinate amount of executions were performed here, or they did not use a host of men, probably in everyday clothes. Ragged from the conflict and covered it, they stand, facing ordinary people, familiar comrades, the forsaken, the wretched. 7 men in combat uniforms and dark coats, men of duty, dark duty, murderers, twisted by orders, young boys forced. The commandant, the one who gives the order. Machine gun fire crackling through the air. The lights of the muzzle flashes dancing on his...
I don't know. I don't know who died here, lined up beside that horrible wall. It could have... Perhaps the ones executed here were the loyalist conservatives, killed by the communists at the start of the Civil War. Or it could have been the communists.
Remember what Trent Heidelstein said about Veld?
Another likely scenario.
Or maybe...
Yeah, it's very unlikely the coalition... To be honest, if a coalition member was anyone in this situation, it was a commandant, the superior giving the orders.
A cold sea...
本当にいろいろあんなお前。推しか。 広。
An old door, worn by elements, guards the depot. The wind has blown a sand dune in front of it.
It's military, a service depot. The washerwoman mentioned a depot at the coast. She said it was for moving up.
It may have been used to serve as an aerostatic battleship in the atmosphere, or a fortification, like a sea fort in the bay.
世界広がりすぎだろわ。あれなんか氷河の方に何かあるみたいなこと言われてる。
A pane of eternite, barely holding it up. It could fall over.
It looks like a makeshift bridge. Could be convenient.
The pane falls into the icy snow with a soft thump.
We should ask that girl on the ice what's going on here.
A shaggy-looking girl in her late teens or early 20s.
Oh.
Everyone knows drugs make you invulnerable to cold. You bet this one like...
Huh? So should you.
You don't have to do anything.
Oh, I didn't notice that. Yeah, well...
Your pulse rises. What did she just say? That's not how a civilian is supposed to address an officer of the law.
I'm sorry I said fuck the hat. My whole family swears and it rubbed off on me. A cell.
Her hair is dyed blonde, with dark roots showing. There's a coarseness to her features, some masculinity below that timidness.
Okay, it's
A very common name. You have little reason to doubt that's her real name, but she's not all that's a...
This is a portable recording device. It's actually just one wire. I picked on it till the braiding came loose. The wire leads to a contact microphone. A contact mic records sounds...
Your mangled brain would like you to know there is a boxer called Contact Mike. No, you're welcome.
Yeah, I record stuff with it. No. This is a contact microphone. It's for recording inside solid objects.
That's not fair. And an understatement. An entire litany spews forth.
脱線した。
Man, you are one weird cop. What is it with you and this Mike guy? Okay, if it floats your boat, I'll be more like Contact Mike and less like me. I'll keep that in mind for future use. The mic I don't exactly know. Somehow it doesn't pick up vibrations from the air. The book said it only picks up structure-borne sound,
うわ、いろいろ
if
下
you
がる。
like technobabble. Same place I got the recorder from, the Palaceum. Oh man, you haven't been to the Palaceum? It's a music club and a synthesizer workshop on Boogie Street in Jamrock. Musicians live there, like real musicians. I want... Oh yeah, guess you wouldn't know Van Eyck. Or really be a Palaceum going kind of person. I don't know what that means either. That's cool. Sucks, man. Was there something else? About the
気力が
contact mic, perhaps?
しょうもないことで。
Okay. Recording, I guess. I think I'm recording cracks in the ice. But there's no way to tell. Not without headphones. I think my boyfriend sold them. I don't know, man.
A lie. They were probably pawned off for something suspicious.
The musicians in the Palaceum used them for making music. They looped the stuff, cutting the tapes together. They make music out of cracks. Anyway, I thought I'd make some too. It's supposed to...
The girl is cold all of a sudden.
I don't really know what I'm doing. They use...
The sharp drop in endorphins is almost visible, like a warm blanket has fallen.
Take this, you're cold.
No, man, fuck that, I'm cool.
It's okay.
え、この帽子渡したくない。
Yeah, maybe you were right about the hat. Thanks.
帽子渡しちゃった。選択肢選びたくなっちゃったんだな。
That? The boys think it could be a place, like the Palaceum or something. Stupid.
まあいいや、代わりの帽子がある。
Not gonna be a Palaceum, that's for sure. Yeah.
And why is that?
They got too much stuff crammed in. Music stuff mostly. Like this tape recorder, but bigger. And there's piles of it. That stuff is more expensive than I am. More expensive than any of us, really. Go ahead. It's supposed to become like a club. Except that, yeah.
The floorboards are twisting, and the shooting beams are slowly cracking. There will never be a club. Not in a million years.
You know, anodic, cathodic, music that's made with electronic instruments.
ええ、なんか完了したんだけど。
Synthesizers and tape consoles. Microcomputers too. Anything that uses electricity, but isn't guitars. I know. It's not my idea. Andre and the boys found the place. It was supposed... Hey, you two are cops. Okay, well... Maybe you could talk to Andre and the guys. Because there are some strange things going on in that church. They're inside that thing there. Would be cool if you did. Was there something else? No. Not really, no.
She's trying to get out of a direct lie with semantic tricks. She personally didn't put the padlock on the door.
Yeah, you know. That's what I meant. Noid did. Noid put the padlock on the door. Yeah, I guess you could say that. To keep more weirdos from getting in. Fucking Martinez. I'm sorry. It's got the worst weirdos.
Should you? Weirdos. Sounds bad somehow.
Go ahead. Well, it's just questioning, right?
Fast and clean, a good one. Can't quite say it's a lie, but it feels like one. She's better at lying than she'd like everyone to know.
Once or twice, yeah. I'm sorry I haven't had the Revachol experience they get east of the river. Rich people. Rich people are east of the river. Bet they like it that way.
You keep them rich.
The usual. I had a shitty... You know, drinking, getting into fights.
Interesting term. Time to
Is this a rhetorical question?
Faubourg, not in Faubourg, is a massive banlieue south of Jamrock Quarter. It is the largest ghetto in Revachol, possibly the world. We are Jamrock, sort of. Martinez is called North Jamrock sometimes.
Jamrock is a district of Revachol comprised of the following quarters: Pox, Villa Lobos, Central Jamrock.
Go ahead. Well, it's just...
Fast and clean, a good one.
Once or twice, yeah. I'm sorry I have... Go ahead. Okay, bye.
交換あげよう。てか、時間が過ぎていく。明らかに寄り道で。まあ、寄り道するゲームだ。そう、これは共感が下がる。共感が上がる。帽子が。
Hello again.
The device is still warm from her touch and heavy as a brick from the batteries inside. The company logo, Omicron, adorns its yellow plastic cover. Inside, the tape is rolling. She looks you in the eye, her pupils wide, surrounded by a ridiculous amount of makeup. The wind howls. She remains silent. It's real. Tell her.
What is? I can't believe this turned into another mic thing. Fine. Okay, I'll stick to it. So thanks, I guess, for the psych session. Maybe I can return it. What's been eating you, officer? Come on, I can tell. But, okay. Be a boyadero about it if you want to. What is it? Oh. Really? Wow. Social justice really matters that much to you. That's commendable. It really had you shaken up there. Are you sure that's it, though? No. It sounds like you just got chick issues. Well, think about... Anyway, was there something else?
まあもうそろそろこの辺の探索切り上げないといけないんだが、とりあえず 中見てくるか。
The tent is just tarpaulin fabric covering a pile of stuff. The flap is open.
Come on, get in and close the flap behind you.
It's safe to assume this is their leader, or at least he...
Sorry, we barely have room for one.
You go ahead. I'm too old.
I'm actually not, he thinks. I just dislike delinquents.
I'm sure you will feel right at home.
You see a youngish man bleaching the tips of his hair with a toothbrush. He put...
Hello, I'm Andre. It's a pleasure to meet you.
His grip is strong, sweat.
This is my posse.
The young man with earrings.
And Egghead. Egg! Together with a Settle Burger, who's out there right now, doing some seriously progressive sonic experimentation. We have many in the pipeline, officer. You see, we've been all over Jamrock North. Honest for talent. Yeah, thank you, Egghead. And while there is no shortage of raw, unfettered talent spinning tapes in Jamrock, we've had rotten luck with the real estate. Place is a shithole. I apologise for my friend Noid's potty mouth. I realise this is not how you speak to a police officer. He has authority issues. Which brings me to the problem of occupied ecclesiastical property. I bet you've noticed the derelict hive of narcomania on the coast. I'm talking about the church. And I'm not exaggerating. Even a place of spirit... Dopeheads! Burnouts! Well, I'm sad to say, that's exactly what happened. Sad strikes that! And sadder yet, because the dopeheads and burnouts hold up...
He leans back a little, watching you with a steady, serious gaze. Good. This calls for an opinion. You're an expert in those.
The spooky kind. I was hoping you would be the judge of that, officer. All I can say is, they're spook. Also, they don't eat. People just want to spin tapes without them spooking it up. Places. Thank you, Egghead. So you're gonna look into it, right? It should be a police matter. Getting them out. Whatever spooky stuff they're doing, I'm sure it's not what the Ecclesiastes meant their property for. All right, man.
Andre's obviously very happy you took him seriously. The whole tent is. The boys exchanged giddy looks.
Oh, so you... I did ask Noid to install a measure against more drifters wonder... I had to do it in an hurry. Not my best work, but it should hold for a while. Of course, all right.
It's as if time has frozen somehow. Blam! Straight in the eye. Man up. It's nothing. Pick the goddamn key up. Put it in your pocket.
My bad. As always, we'll be right here.
Waiting
patiently for the news. Yeah. Hi again. So, how are things going? Mm-hmm. Not long. Like a week, maybe? I'm super sure they're alive.
Somewhere in the ruinous past that led you here, there was something called exams. You may have learned the term in...
Yes, I do. I listen to Channel 8 all the time. I know about crime stuff, and I assure you, officer, this is not what's happening here. I'm at least 80% I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
You're right. It is nonsense. Total garbage.
He nods attentively, ready to answer the questions.
Sure, man. Tell us what you want to know. Truth is, I don't really know. None of us do. I don't even know how many there are. All we've seen are glimpses. Yes, there's all... When I first scouted the place, back in February, it was abandoned, empty. Took some time getting the crew together. One of them has wires running into...
Andre!
Oh, and it felt like there was...
No!
Which other...
Felt like silence. Awful silence.
Not exactly. We've just seen someone who we think is a woman go in and out of the church. A couple of times. And we felt someone, or something, eyeing us inside. But that's kinda it. Like, you aren't alone. It wasn't quite...
Not human. Non-human
It was this dark shape climbing upside down along... Yeah, you know. It was stalking a cell.
Odd. Crabs are usually marine creatures and not known for...
Yeah, totally. I mean, I didn't personally see it. A cell was... You should ask her about it. But be nice.
There probably is no crab man. Don't let them draw you in with...
You should talk to Noid about that. I just got a distinct burnout and dopehead sign from them. Probably...
With a small surge of PEA, alertness fills you, as if to say, this is a dark...
It means like one of those rich boy private... Not that we would know anything about...
He appears sincere enough, so...
We're getting derailed here. In short, well, on...
This is a below-feeble attempt at avoidance. Basically, he is attempting to weaponize idiots.
Hey now! I'm 70. Don't let all that technology fool you. Where do you think the drugs come from? Sure. What? Oh yeah, that's...
If you don't know what the founding party is, there might be a way to mask it with minor demagoguery.
Come to think of it, I've never really looked them up, you know? I can't give you a precise definition, but they're a very powerful religious organisation. And they have roots in ancient mass society. And they're the custodians of the Pericarnassian Church. Plus, they anoint the innocents. They, like, made the Innocentic system. Totally.
The Pericarnassian Church is about love. And Nordic music, love is
unity. Unity.
Make some noise for my Insulindian posse.
You feel it. The anodes and the cathodes coursing through you. Your big toe starts tapping along to the base, as if testing the waters. Feels good.
Oh yeah! He's coming around. You're getting it.
Yeah!
Do it for the masses. I didn't want to say it, but it was pretty late.
The one with the large head is still looking at you, nodding his head. You feel like you could go for a little disco when, or if they get this club going. You've got it in you.
Yes. What? Yeah, good to have, bitch to carry. When I first scat... oh, it's the one they said...
It's like he's lying to you, my liege. But he's slippery enough that there's nothing for you to grab hold of.
The what now? Oh, the old...
He's like an actor, looking to the soup.
I have a major sinus infection. Stuffy nose. We all do. Shit, yes. That's all Nosefed's... Nosefed is the shit. Sure. Here you go, officer. The noser. Blast away.
He nods enthusiastically, no doubt a little relieved.
なんかできるぞ。
As always.
時間がやることが。
A young man with peroxide blonde.
Hardcore! It's hardcore! Skibbity, skibbity.
Your cop training did not. Could there have been a right way out of this garden of forking paths? The young man.
This is hardcore. Hardcore! Hardcore to the mega. Internally coherent. All core! All right!
He furrows his brow as...
Hardcore! Ah!
Is it though? But is it? I mean, really?
I am the mic enforcer.
So you had a talk with Andre, and now you want to discuss things with Noid. Good. It's good you talked to Andre first. Gave me time to get a reading on your sign. Can't really talk. Yeah, gotta compare. I suck at socialising, man. Even now, our sign synchronisation is way off. A sticker.
Interesting. He wants you to describe it, though he already knows what it looks like.
Good, good. What did you want to know? Simplicity was brought to us by, well, hardcore is not tasteful. The sticker, the clothes, the music, same thing. It is. Yes, you're the 23rd person to get it right, and I've asked 23 people. Looks like it's a dead guy smiling to the entire human race. He defeated history. We are living in the age of his present moment, or maybe he's not dead.
Or drugged out of his mind, come to think of it.
Or drunk, or in a clinical coma, or glad to be dead. I guess one could write an entire treatise on the thing. Nah. You heard me. Weird stuff. Wires going into water. Gives off a spy sign.
The People's Republic of Samara is a product of Revachel's sister revolution on the Grand Isola. It's known as a severely degenerated rogue state.
I know, man. I was just talking about the aesthetic. Nothing's wrong with it. You should definitely be researched. Most of it doesn't exist. Psionic powers, pale-related diseases. The hardcore aesthetic is esoteric. I can see that. Further sign matching would do good for us. One way to achieve sign...
1時間。ちょっと待て。
Hi again. So, how are things going?
As always.
Hi again. So, how are things going?
As 決めてかかるか。
As always.
The shaggy-haired girl.
So you talked to my associates, right? Are you... Great. Let us know if there's any progress, will ya? We've been waiting for weeks. Oh, that.
She's less prone to blurt it out, crab man, than the other.
Okay. I went in and she was dressed like someone who's been raised by their grandmother, you know, strange old clothes. And then, you know, right behind her, a man crawled down the wall. He stopped right before he got to the floor.
Like a crab, you say?
It was too dark.
Come on, she obviously could. She already went into detail.
He looked like a banger, okay? He was all muscular and stuff. Had a mesh
A crab?
Yes, a banger, as in a mess gang member. I know what it sounds like, but that's what I saw. Why? Nothing. Anyway, what else? My associates. I haven't got much to say about them. Of course I do. I just...
To the cops.
Me? I'm a silver bird. Don't know what makes you think it'll be any different later, but...
この話結構長く続きそうだな。決めらんないんだけど。どうして？あれどうして決めらんないんだ俺。まあいいか。
Hi again. So, how are things going?
A number of things
Sego.
don't add up. Let's take a look. How about gather around, kids? The young speed freak puts down a bust. The one with the large head, their would-be leader, is less amused.
But you still are. What happened? I've been trying to say we need the Shut it! What? I have! I've said that!
The young speed freak is silent.
I have no idea how you arrived at that conclusion, but...
One speaker. They have one speaker.
What do you mean, friend? It's a one-speaker system. It's monodynamic. You...
This may be the brain damage talking, but you've definitely never heard of monodynamic or one-speaker systems.
What do you know about spinning tape? Nothing. I'm sorry, but there is no lab equipment and no drug ingredients. He said it was for his nose. What more do you want?
Likely pseudoephedrine, almost exactly the shape of ephedrine. Ephedrine makes you happy.
And of all cellular-based life, what's your point, Lawbringer? No shit. That's... Come on, that's... It's not! What do you mean, do?
There's resignation in his voice. He's almost ready to drop the act. It wouldn't take a lot of pushing.
What do you mean by lenient?
He thinks for a moment. Then,
Things are just way too hard for an entrepreneur in this city. It's not like we're not going to turn the church into the wickedest club in East Reversholt.
Because we are! We totally are!
We just got to turn it into a speed lab first. You know, to get our foot in the door. Like I told you, spooky arseholes moved in while I was getting all this stuff together. A month ago, the place was empty, and now it's all spooked up. No, man, they're spooky all right. It's just that they would also probably call the police if we started cooking speed in there.
But the sign was way off too! I couldn't feel the love at all!
Sir, you promised you'd be lenient.
this is it. Judgment time.
おー、はい、やれるんだ、いろいろ。金そこまで必要じゃないんだよな。
We can continue on an amiable path, right? No more misunderstandings, no more lies. Before you go, is there anything else you need? He's a quiet man, mostly communicates through music, and by being, you know, a host.
Interesting, sire. A bit like you, then. And
Well, he's just kinda here. I don't really know. Yeah, sometimes. When I, like, stumble and find my way into his center, you have to hear...
the man smiles mysteriously, choosing to let the beat.
As always... Huh? I see you in...
有用な手がかりを手に入れてしまったな。
Hello again. I did, and I'm sorry.
This is why I didn't go into the tent. Typical delinquency.
You don't get to choose your posse, they choose you. Mine are idiots, but they're mine. I tried to talk Andre out of it. I even tried not to lie to you.
Indeed, she merely tried to omit the truth instead.
I know, but I knew you'd see through their plan too. I'm not an... May I ask? What did you tell them? Oh, right. That's wise. Take your time.
いろいろできんな。できすぎて困るんだが。まったくよ。
You see that seagull up there? Remind you of anybody? You and the sea. Think about the seagull's story. Then their paradise became Shit City. No time for that sentimental bullshit. They're hustlers, getting shit done. They're one pair of track pants away from gangsters, just like you. You have. The body remembers. Exactly. The seagull does what it takes, and so do you. You've got that same...
自分をカモメと重ねて体力と気力が回復する男。燃費がいいな。中の様子を見てきてもいいが、そろそろ時間がいろいろとタスクがとんでもないことになっている。
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? I'm afraid they're closed. It says here that the library is open from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m.
We should try again during business.
Anything else, Detective? One moment. Can you please describe the body?
We suspect he might have been inebriated.
Any signs of violence? No field autopsy necessary.
You can hear her quickly.
What about his belongings? Did you examine any information on the library card? Good. Do you and Lieutenant Kitsuragi want to take the case? I have assigned the case to Lieutenant Kim Kitsuragi. Please, that's all for now. Thank you for reporting in. Is there anything else I can do for you? 57.
In the cabin, you see.
明日だな、これは。そしたら。で、これもあると。トイレ行ってこよう。 ああ、大派すぎるこのゲーム。で、ああ、カラオケ歌えるな。バッチじゃないのか、あれ。
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist?
10-4, come in. Fireworker, over.
銃が見つかったって嘘つけんだけど。
Roger that, 10-10, over and out.
ギブリースのとこ行ってくるか。遠いんじゃ。マジで。
The tear machine stands in the... Your bottles clunk into the machine.
Is this about the questions again?
A colourful display.
Again, I'm obliged to inform you that both alcohol and cigarettes damage your health.
このものは高えな。なんかあげられるな。あ、報告しに行ける。まあ飛ばしてもいいだろう。前回の嘘がバレてないといいんだが。
You're back before the cargo container. Its drawer has not lessened since you were last here. If anything, it seems to have grown slightly.
まあ無理だな。
Mister.
マジでタバコ吸えないんだけど。どうなってん？禁酒でもしてんだ。
Mr. Dubois, I hear the meeting with Titus was a glowing success. That's such a relief. Titus can be a handful sometimes. Now, what can Everard Clare do for you today? The Golden Boy returns once more. Wonderful. Simply wonderful. My friend, the mailman, confirms the letter is on its way. You've done a great thing today. You've given the children of Martinez a... You're in my inner circle. You too, Mr. Kitsuragi. We can talk about anything.
Judging from how happy he is, it looks like you did it. He doesn't appear to suspect trickery.
何を言おうか。反応速度地味に便利なんだけど。上げるか。
Well done, sire. By guile and deceit, you're in.
I did not, Harry. Although I am very, very glad he's dead. Why, a war, of course.
And what do you have to gain from
Victory, Mr. Kitsuragi. I have victory to gain. We are going to start a war with the Wild Pines group and win before they even realize there is a war. Harry, we outnumber them 1,500 to 1, and that's just Martinez. With all the unions in Revachol, and with public opinion on our side, we can hold off 2 men, or 15 men, or even 50 men. The more they send, the worse it's going to look for them. They made a huge mistake hiring those guys. No one likes foreign mercenaries. The leftists hate them, the fascists hate them, even the moralists think they're in bad taste. Harry, there is no strike, only war. Class war. Or, in business terms, a dawn raid. Or wait. Is that when you still pay them something? We're not gonna give nothing. We're gonna take Terminal B away from them. The roads, the gates, the containers, that big crane, even the damn coffee maker. We're gonna take all of it for the people, and fuck Wild Pines.
The word fuck rings like a gunshot.
So that's why you haven't let Joyce...
Yes. It's also why I let that midget Gaumont go. He's too nice. I can't put him through this. Plus, he knows how to get in here. That woman can't tell her tits from her arsehole. She has no chance. Tits from her arsehole. It's a local saying.
Actually, no, it's not.
Because we're friends, Harry. Besides, it doesn't matter now. You can go tell her if you want. It won't change the course of events. It's already happening. 2,372. Plus yours truly, of course.
2,370, and they're all well motivated. At least the ones you've seen.
Oh, you mean what sort of goods are going to be flowing through? How am I going to replace all the contacts we'll lose once the poo-poo hits the fan? The clients will ditch us. Harry, we've thought of everything.
Clients would take a well-known multinational conglomerate over a local mobster any day.
Sure, some will go, but mark my words. The company will be unpleasantly surprised to see how many of them stay loyal to Martinez. And to the new with renewed zeal sparked by communal ownership, the men will be shipping those containers double time. You'll be surprised to see how fast things go.
That's drugs.
Drug trafficking.
Drug trafficking? Don't be stupid, Mr. Kitsuragi. There are perfectly legal, 100% ethical chemical factories on the Samaran Isola. All they do is produce components to keep the pharmaceutical industry running. That's people's health we're talking about. Old grannies, little babes, people with disabilities. The company thinks transporting these chemicals in bulk looks bad, has bad optics, may be illegal in some countries. We're gonna transport the living daylights out of those materials, Harry. So your sick kid can get his Benefed, and your wacky uncle doesn't have to...
Benefed is a children's cold medicine, usually apricot flavored. And risperidone is used to treat severe side...
And the kids on the street can...
I'm an old-fashioned guy, Mr. Kitsuragi. I sometimes grab a... But if I were to supply ingredients for some sort of rainbow party, I would make sure the Union took a fantastic share. And I'd keep that stuff far away from Martinez.
He's basically admitting to it.
やばい。
Oh, Harry, you've misunderstood. I have no drugs in my hands. It's all... Anyway, let's not focus on the sensationalism of the drug trade. This hypothetical drug trade is all anyone ever seems to be interested in. It would only be a small part of the harbor's turnover, just like the harbor is, but a small part of Martinez. Let's look at the big picture. Martinez as a whole. There are little girls out there with dreams of making music. Young mothers who want to start... I'm gonna unite them all into one economic body. We're gonna incorporate this place to Kingdom Come. Everyone's gonna be in on the wealth. And everyone's gonna pull their weight. Thank you, Harry, thank you. You have no idea how much it means to me, because in many ways, you are that working man. You have already done so much work. We're way past specific union members now. This is the big time. You can bother Leonard with that. He loves to run his mouth on such...
There's something different about him now. He's more vibrant, more alive in his big-time mode.
Harry, I've got to be honest with you. Your gun was found 2 days ago. Withholding this information weighed heavily on me, but it had to be done. An old woman has it, and let me tell you, Harry, word on the street is she's a character, so...
This must be the woman who bought the gun from Roy, the one he described as terrifying.
Yes, the same one. I see you've done your research. The pawn shop made the gun easy to track. Crazy stuff, Harry. Selling your gun like that? Wild. Anyway, the neighbors of this old woman contacted my men because they trust me and the Debarders Union. Apparently...
Waving the gun around doesn't sound good. None of this does.
As I said, she's a character. I didn't have time for details. It's...
Unstable is good, actually. She will be easier to disarm. No, wait. Actually, unstable is pretty bad.
Unfortunately, I don't know anymore. You're gonna have to go in blind, Harry. But she's an old lady. How dangerous can she possibly...
I, for one, find it refreshing. Finally, someone calls themselves a pig.
It actually sounds extremely bad, but let's not give him the satisfaction.
I already have. Tonight, starting 10 o'clock,
今夜
near the old fish market on the coast. The one on the boardwalk, a little past the fishing village. Be careful, Harry. I would never set you up for anything dangerous, but you did ask for this. Now, back to the fun stuff.
She will be there from 2200 hours till 0200 hours.
20代だな。OK、わかった。
More fun stuff. Seems like we already have fun stuff to do.
Great, Harry, great. I think we have truly built a bridge between Martinez and Jamrock today. We have united the RCM and the Debarders Union. This has been so great. I'm sorry we don't have more fun things to do together, but if you ever feel like bouncing something off me, my door is always open.
こいつに用があること、そうもうとりあえずはなさそうってことかな。いやー、心の底から厄介なやつ。ワープするか。ワープできないんだけど、ここ。マジか。帰りがけに話しときたいやつがいるからちょうどいい。21時以降に行かないといけない場所もある。
Hola, wandering man. How can I help you?
とりあえず電柱にもハーディーボーイズにもなんか言えるようになったし、結構権威上げたからいけると思うんだけどな。念のため装備を、いや報告もしなきゃな。
Oh, hello, dear. There you are again. Goodness, how is he?
He's fine, ma'am. As we had to...
Oh, yes. But I am so relieved.
You haven't, however. There are dangers out there. Now maybe she'll open up about those fascinating cryptids. Take her...
Oh, you don't want to hear about some old woman.
Reflexively, the loot...
Well, it was summer. I was building a racing track out of sand on the beach near... Ah, I'm getting ahead of myself.
Betoncourt got bombed.
The strangest moment of my life. I looked up and
She had no fear. Just
I didn't know this can happen, so I reached my arm and touched. I tried, but I was only a child. There was mud, and I ran back home to my grandmother and asked her if Reed. For years, it was a story I told at parties when I wanted to impress. We were on our first date when I told him my story.
so that's how they met. This is beyond significant for them.
Our first.
The sigh is tender. The sigh is tender, yes, but tempered.
Not all of them, as far as I remember. Some of them. It's hard to say how big things are when you're quiet.
What if it is the case?
Of course. I've thought about it. So how did I know what to imagine? You trying to tell us you saw the Insul Indian phasmid out there in those reeds? Get out of here. They just give me a...
I thought it was a wonderful story, man.
But I don't believe it. A child left unattended on a warm day. Children make up stories and then end up believing them.
You're welcome, sweetie. I do appreciate the chance to relive it whenever I get one.
No, you don't have
Eh,
any
これ失敗
witty
す
tactics to get the woman to spill the beans about cryptids.
これ失敗すんのかよ。まあいいけど。
I've got nothing to say to you.
さあ、権威を上げられる装備をちょっと。ないかな。いけない。
It's you again. What is it?
Save セーブしよっか。ちょっと待って。やるか。ちょっと待って、その前に新しい選択肢出てきてる。
Yeah. By friends, you mean his squad mates from Cronell.
Wouldn't want to beat up his grandma.
Nervous, snickering. There's a rush of adrenaline present.
This is what happens if you take the law into your own hands. Other people start doing it too.
Let them come. The Hardy Boys are right fucking here.
You heard the man. Right here. We're armed. We got the whole district behind.
Yeah. A well-oiled murder machine.
The mood is on the rise. They're feeling confident, ready to punch out the whole Merc platoon.
We got weapons of our own. We got Ister 50s, Zeelagers. Glenn's got a knock cannon at home. I guess we're gonna see.
That was an unsure phrasing.
Yeah, like you've been up against ceramic armor. You haven't even seen the whole suit, right? I've seen the whole fucking... The fuck is that supposed to mean?
We're not bees. We're men.
Easy, E. He's trying to phase you. What are you trying to do? Scare my men? So are the local gangs. The fucking Barmy Army and the Madre scum. You've been out there. Seen any around?
Yeah. Where are they now, huh? Sent back to Madre in an airtight cargo crate.
These people are trained military professionals. with decades of combating.
No, they're not. They're uncoordinated and drunk. We know more about them. Big fucking surprise. They hire psycho.
He's really prepped himself up for this. He has to keep the fear in check.
What do you mean, okay?
うーん。この状況で味方のふりしてもな。どうするこれ。完全に喧嘩売る必要もないだろう。
Yeah, just try not to get in the way.
I think he meant a can of whoop-ass.
高っ。やるか。
As you look
来
around
た
this room full of sweaty men, swearing, drinking, spitting out tobacco, does this look familiar? You believe the place was called Precinct 41. It was also filled with, almost exclusively, men, sitting on desks.
Huh? You got a problem with beer now?
Not quite there yet. Push on.
?権威を示すために俺は何をするんだ。何を選べばいいんだ。
Speak for yourself, buddy. I've been running this outfit for 10 years now.
They didn't see shit, man. Kids getting shot. We had 3 shootings a week. Fucking graffito every...
Congratulations on the graffito removal. All I see is you sitting around talking about Monica's titties while there's a rape victim.
So what? What do you want from me? We took care of that fuck.
Don't let him drink that. One more push. Quick.
Titus?
She stops mid-sentence. That's it. You got him. He's going to give it up, but on his terms.
You wanna help her, cop? Fine. I'm gonna let you help her, but you treat her with respect. If you don't, if you question her, harass her, a freight train of pain, buddy.
What is her name?
Glacia. I'm on due. She's staying here at the Whirling in Rag.
あいつか。
Real pretty one. Silvery jumpsuit. Blonde. That's Amonju with an O-U.
Shit. The girl. The girl upstairs? That can't be her. Remember what you said to her? Told her you wanna...
ひどすぎる。やばい。マイナスがやばい。
Sure. Why not? You've probably seen her around.
やばい。やばい。やばい。
You
Ah, but-
inexplicably add cool after the victim's name, with your eyes bulging like some wild...
I don't understand what's so cool here.
Nothing.
よし。
We just
記
had
録が
a
減っただ
few
けだ。
more questions. Then
Calm. Normal. Try to forget this little hiccup.
Relationship? There was no fucking relationship. He raped her. That's their relation.
Was like that karaoke incident all over again. Or like...
Okay, enough. All of this is irrelevant to your stated investigation.
He did it before we killed him. He's not gonna do it again. So...
it would help if we establish...
All right. 2 weeks, maybe? I don't know.
Here you go, boss.
I know her.
How well...
A small twitch in the corner of Kim's mouth. He has a hunt.
Well enough, Copper. We party. She's been here.
He tries to make it sound real casual, but the muscles on his neck tighten.
You mean Revachol? Nah. Our Miss Aranye disco dancer is an immigrant.
Don't you give her any more trouble. She's just had some bad luck. That's...
Shut up, Angie.
Titus gives them both. What's with all the silences? It's like these guys don't know how to feel. And what was up with the partying she and Titus did? It sounded fun.
What do you think I meant? Yeah, tons of it. All the songs. No, we just fucked. That's all. I'm not gonna give you any details if that's what you're after.
He really went out of his way to seem He's doing a good job here. A commendable performance of I don't give a shit.
知ってる話、知ってることを言うべきではないな。
Remember what I said. Freight train of pain.
やらなきゃいけないことが多い。待ってくれ。本当に待ってくれ。待ち合わせしてるやつ他にもいるんだよ。セーブ。セーブ。
Officer, what was that? You looked strange when he mentioned the assault victim's name. Do you know that woman? Is there something I should know before we...
Whatever you do, don't say the first thing.
Okay, that's manageable. Understood. You were not in good shape on Monday. Understood. It is. This would have been good to know before. Anything else? What you're saying is...
Ice is forming on the inside of your chest. Cold sweat.
Then, don't ever. What else? We'll be alright, officer.
You feel fortified by his assurance. It's going to be alright. Is it though? Nothing.
回復してくれた。ありがとう、キム。頼りになるよ。あそこ行かなきゃ。行かなきゃいけないところ多いんだわ。もう夜なんだわ。
Whoa. A bridge with loose nails and rot-infested wood that creaks in the wind. A construction code violation.
Sure. They never cleaned up the war damage. The rest of the bridge is fine enough. Locals use it all the time, after all. It's nothing to worry about. Shall we?
Gendarmerie, you found me.
His slender figure is backlit by city lights, and his shirt is still unbuttoned.
Beautiful. So tell me, are you here to make things right again? Beautiful. I have some good news for you. My Sunday friend is visiting me tonight. I told him about you and he'd like to say hello. Step in. He's already waiting. That's why I chose this place. Martinez is special, isn't it?
Wait. Suddenly you are digging things?
おい、だいぶ分かってんじゃねえか。
That's nice, but I don't have anything to tell you. It's my friend you're looking for, not me.
He takes another drag of his unfiltered cigarette and looks around. Downstairs, a cat.
Besides,
something tells you you're never going to talk to an individual this cool or mysterious ever again.
Just look at it. It's a beautiful night. Who's going to stay in on a night like this?
He's right. Only lose a man on high heels stumbles out of a basement club. Music blasting over the entire district. It's chilly. Something flutters in the corner of the lieutenant.
We'll talk. Just take care, all right?
.動いてんのか。まあでもそういう需要ありそうなキャラだよ、あいつ。で、なんだかんだ手さばき使う機会多いんだよ。
And he's gone again. Looks like it's becoming a theme for him.
Who knows, detective? It's a mystery. Different, of course. His shirt. His shirt.
He's trying to dive deep into the mystery.
His shirt. No, I don't know why his shirt is always unbuttoned.
キツラギ、キム。お前が笑うとこちょっと見たくなってきた。
It's all he can do to keep from
Come on, detective, let's go. We've got a potential witness to interview.
ジャケットか。だったらこれでいいな。
Officers of the Revachol Citizens Militia.
You shouldn't be seeing him in an intimate setting. For some reason, you feel this man is your superior. Superior, but he's not in the command chain. His hands are clean and well manicured.
My name is Charles Vildrouin, and I am an official.
連合政府。
I work for the Institute of Price Stabilité on assignment from Sur-la-Clé. I heard you talking to my friend outside. Very good. Super. I am here to assist you in any way possible.
Hanging? What a drag. He seems like a cultured gentleman. You should ask him about the finer things.
Oh, we got it from an atelier in the East Delta Commerce Center. That's really all I can tell you about it.
The lieutenant takes out his notebook and nods to you to proceed.
I'm sorry to say I did, officer.
実際に
Easy, detective. No need to jump to conclusions.
Officer, it's very difficult to describe what I saw.
He holds out his hands and blossoms his fingers, like a drama teacher setting the scene.
What do you mean, like in a play?
It was just so strange. I was on the balcony when it happened, getting some fresh air. I remember that first they came in, carrying... That's when I understood.
Sounds like the victim was unconscious, or at least incapacitated. Interesting.
I couldn't see their faces well, and there were quite a few of them. Let's just say that the laboring classes can get rather... I couldn't tell you exactly.
The lieutenant sends you a sharp look at the mention of that number.
That's a giant you're describing. No, I went back inside.
Yes, back inside.
Were you able to see anything from inside?
Officer, the yard was pitch black. There was nothing to see, but I could still hear their voices. All men, I presume.
But we are fairly certain the
It's possible, officer, but I cannot say with certainty. I believe they were mostly white, though I believe I saw 2 Aeropagites among them. And I am quite... Well, that's the strangest part, officer. Nothing. Eventually, their shouts died down, and that was all. There were no gunshots, no celebratory shouts, no anything. You're right, of course. I'm afraid I don't have any...
About what time?
All I can say is that it was late. No, I didn't see the corpse.
It seems this wasn't... I think we have everything we need.
Of course. Anything I can do to assist the RCM. The Coalition is only looking out for the price stabilité. Inflation is a killer. Like a heart disease, the economy impacts the entire international community, which is why it requires international oversight. Yes, as I said before, I am a commissioner from Sur-la-Clé.
Wait, there isn't actually an Institute of Price Stability, is there? Or maybe there is. God, it's impossible to understand whether someone from the moral intern is...
La communauté internationale is what Revacholians colloquially call the Coalition. In other words, the nations that stopped the disaster. Your employer, technically speaking. The governing authority of Revachol. It is the most important thing. It's the central goal of any sound monetary policy. Maintaining the price, which is essential for...
Basically, it makes...
Précisément. Too much inflation, bread becomes too expensive. That's why the Institute of Price Stabilité works to keep inflation just below 2%. But not too far below, no. 2 below is also bad. Below, the coalition believes in the importance of informing the public about the benefits of the price stability. A sound monetary policy is essential for addressing uncertainty. But oh, I don't have my leaflets on me today. That's too bad.
売ろ
You
うと
can
思ったの
always
に。
call our information line. Making information available is part of the Moral Intern's commitment to transparency. It's the international organization for moralists, hence Moralist International. The Institute of Price Stability is just one of its many mind babies, as is the coalition.
Doing one's job doesn't automatically make one anyone's bitch. Besides, there are more nefarious powers to work for than the moral intern.
But of course. Because moralists believe in a normal, stable world governed by democratic values.
Me?
You've managed to catch the lieutenant off guard, but only for a moment.
I'm a lieutenant of the RCM, dedicated to maintaining law and order in Ravachol.
A very moralist answer.
The lieutenant is practiced in the art of putting on a show for one's superiors.
The Occident is part of the normal world. Or Martinez? No. Ravachol is generally difficult. But they are working towards it. You're all doing very well here, relatively speaking. Is this option D usually the most reasonable answer? Sounds like you're a moralist indeed, my friend. Moralism is all about compromise and achieving the achievable. It's pragmatic, realistic, and level-headed. An ideology for... Now, enough of this delightful political interlude. Was there anything else you wanted to ask? What's there to say? Sur-la-Clé is a modern, urbanized country. Moreover, it is a great sponsor of less emerged countries.
Darling, that can't be an official designation.
Because a great percentage of Ravachol's culture hails from Sur-la-Clé.
Jamrock and other parts of the international zone have been mercifully...
Oranje is an exemplary nation who, as a core member of EPIS, contributes 28% of our annual budget. Next to Sur-la-Clé, as founding members, they are both very EPIS. Oranje carries a lot of political weight. Oranje's economy is one of the most advanced in the world.
But that didn't tell you anything about Oran...
About what? Oh, it's very urban and very well organized. Their streets are clean, their horse cars run on time. Well, I'm renovating it. It is an interesting project. The building used to... You could say I'm undoing some of the material damage the international community caused. Whatever you wish, officer. My friend. My friend is a good young man. His family immigrated here from Kedra, and life has not been easy for him. But he understands the importance of education. He has taken his future into his own hands, and that's all that matters. Kedra is a candidate member of APIS. But that it's never going to happen. They enter negotiations in 21, and it's been pending ever since. EPIS is a very special program developed by the Moral Intern to support certain Occidental...
God, yes. Sweet standardization. The backbone of Russia.
It was such a wild success that we expanded it into an economic union for the processing of steel. Why, it stands for progress and stability, like the Moral Intern as a whole. It's been such a wild, extraordinary success thus far. We are a supranational political alliance. The Unite... You mean Ravachol? No, it's going to have It's one day going to be a candidate member.
Except that candidate members never
No, candidate members do become members. What? But we were talking about my friend here, not politics. How did any of us become friends? Bad things happening on the Insula Isola? Oil platforms ablaze in the night? C'est au contraire. It's how millions of people end up where they are. Meeting the people they meet. Sorry, who? But I told you, officer, he's a bright young man here to pursue his education. Education is the foundation of our future, especially the arts. Officer, you have to understand. I can't give you his personal information. He's deeply enmeshed in the study of the... He's a truly free spirit. He likes all the arts. Perhaps graphic design? I'm just enjoying the view. Listen.
The baby is crying in the...
No, the Insulindian Bay. This place used to be a luxury accommodation, but the million real view stays. You can't take that away. My friend comes and goes. I'm sure you'll see him around.
A busy bee? What an odd...
I'm just enjoying the view. We're old friends. Nothing's taboo between us. I'm sure you'll see him around. He's very active. I'm all ears, officer.
いつもこいつでなんか
A moment, officer. Do you have everything you need from me? I'm afraid we won't have the chance to speak again once you leave. It's against diplomatic best practices for an official in my position to be discussing murders with local militiamen.
That's not the real reason he's so apprehensive. Men in his position shouldn't be seen loitering around in underprivileged young men's apartments in the middle of the night.
Sure, go ahead. It's a... Was there anything else? Of course. I'm sorry I couldn't be so...
よくこの状況であいつ警官と話そうと思ったな。やることが多い。ここは転送できない。あの鍵で開くネズミの家行ってみたいけどな。セーブしようか。鍵を開けるのがダメなのか開けっぱなしにするのがダメなのか閉めるむずいな。
Hey, was there something you needed?
Well, well. Bringing him that new bird sure made a difference in his attitude.
話しに行ってくるか。
The door is closed.
Who is it?
Tired. Controlled.
This is the police.
Come on up. The door is open.
Sounds like it's coming from upstairs. This medicine cabinet is full of wares. Sheets of pills. Haphazardly. It's been used quite a lot.
ちゃんと変えようや。
Pharmaceuticals line the shelves. Sheet upon sheet of pill bottle next to pill bottle. Acetylic acid.
Anything of note?
Pill bottles rattle like bones as you search the cabinet. Paracetamol. Necra. This is used to treat opioid overdoses. Always handy to have around.
Interesting. That's used for diamorphine overdoses.
You could say he's on the lookout. Among some foreign, probably Messinian or Gotvaldian, marked red blister packs you find. What do you find? Nothing of note. The further you look, the more arcane it gets.
これミスるのちょっと寒いな。今日はやってないのかな。やってなさそう。
The door is
Who is it?
tired.
This is the police.
Come on up.
Sounds like
ロードな、なんかゲーム側でちょっと縛り入れてもよかった気がするけど。
this medicine cap. It's been used. Pharmaceuticals line.
Anything of note?
Pill bottles wrap Necra. This is used to treat opioid.
Interesting. That's...
You could say he's on the lookout. Among some foreign, probably Messinian, a bright orange bottle with peptide stamped on it. In sunny, happy letters. Jackpot, baby. That's the stuff you're looking for. Your palms begin to sweat just holding that little plastic container.
Peptide, a euphemism for pharmaceutical amphetamine. Prescription speed.
The fuck are you waiting for? It's speed, man. Just what you were looking for. They call it dextroamphetamine and talk about psychological disorders. But what we're seeing here is some scientifically advanced trucker speed. You dropped it, smack dab in the middle of... Wow, that's unbelievably orange. The lieutenant tries to keep his eyes on the door, but the peptide bottle sound. Who cares, man? Who cares what the stiff thinks?
一回ロードするとこういう時にロードしたくなっちゃうから、まあ、今回はちょっと粘るか。
The door is closed.
Who is it?
Tired.
This is the police.
Come on up.
Sounds like... This medicine cabinet, it's been used. Pharmaceuticals.
Anything of note?
Pill bottles wrap Necra.
Interesting.
You could say he's on the lookout. Among some foreign, probably Messinian or Gotvaldian. Nothing of note. The further you look, the more... This medicine cabinet is full of... It's been used. Pharmaceuticals.
Anything of note?
Pill bottles. Necra.
Interesting.
You could say he's on the... Among some foreign, probably a bright orange bottle with peptide stamped on it. Silently, the bottle slides into your palm. Then, as you turn, it feels so sleek and beautiful. You got it. Here comes the afterburner. Time to become a super detective again, Harry. Just put it in your sweaty little hand now.
最低だ。うお、すげえ。
This medicine cabinet is... This window is pristine on the inside, unlike the one next to it. Smooth as ice. There are spots of mud and rain on the outside. Even following your lead, the lieutenant leans in closer to inspect the surface.
Looks like it, yes.
The same small, heavy door. No lock in sight. It's barred from the inside. Sounds like it's heavy, too. Must be something valuable inside to go through the trouble of
I don't know. It is not the first closed door we found in this building. There is also... I don't know. The further we...
Below, the hostel cafeteria creaks and groans under your added weight. A skeleton of composite support beams and cantilevers. A dull thump. Somewhere inside, a wind brace rattles from the imp...
The vigilantes, the cadaver, and a number of people connected to the case are in or around this building. This door is part of it. It's...
なかなか厳しそうに見える。
Just as you look at the flowers, a gust of wind raises them from the roof, picking them up in the air. You catch a single white flower between your fingers. The rest fly off into the wind. The young woman looks at the Maybell. The lieutenant gives you...
複雑だよ。
6 crumbling petals rest on your...
This is the Insulindian lily, called Maybells or Lucille's tears during the revolution. Girls...
This flower is a spring flower, but it's a bit early for that, isn't it?
The revolutionaries, so the communers and the anarchists. White's their color, but the custom started in the suzerain's army, so it held meaning for the kingsmen. It's about girls and boys more than sides. Girls sending off boys who are going to their deaths, then also dying themselves in the ruins from dysentery and consumption. It's yes, but not this early, not to my knowledge. It looks dried, preserved. Maybe, maybe not. We'll see.
The petals feel dry and water flows under the channel bridge. Dark water. You rub your sides for warmth, but there is none. Inland, above the mud, the wrinkled fingers of an old man crush flower petals, then sprinkle them in the stream like white. Wait, have you noticed there's a war veteran playing a ball game on the plaza? You should ask him.
こんなとこから発生すんだ。
Welcome to the roof.
Her hair is still slick from the shower. Below her silvery jumpsuit, an athletic young body, built long and lean.
I'm sorry for the mess down there. The cleaning lady hasn't come by in days.
最低すぎる言動やっ
I'm
たから。
beginning to wonder if she ever will. It's much nicer now.
Where the dead body used to hang, clearly visible from the roof, but no longer.
Thank you for that, officers. Truly.
まあ、見たくないよ。
Oh yes. Legends of room number 1 have made their way around the building. They say a portal to hell has opened in there. They also say that's why the cleaning lady quit. Because of the infernum.
I'm Kim Kitsuragi. I'm a detective from Precinct 57. I believe you have already met my colleague.
Have I ever? This is the world's most lamentable.
下手なこと言わないでくれ。下手なこと言わないでくれ。
Do not go along with this.
It's okay. It's absolutely okay to be that. What is this about, officers?
Miss, we are investigating the murder of the man down there. The people who put him there have asked us to talk to you.
Huh. I see.
Be careful. Ask something else first. When you go there, use words like, I hear you have been through something difficult. No need to dilly-dally. She's tough. You'll sound like a namby-pamby.
肉体装置は
Clausier Amondu.
Same name that Titus gave you. It sounds Oranese, as does her accent. Her birthmarks also signal Oranje. You don't know why, but Oranese girls tend to come speckled with them.
Right, sir. Vredefort, Republic of Oranje. I guess.
Wasn't the tattoo on the hanged man an Oranese map of the waterways? The thought begins to form in your head, then dissipates. Something for later.
A bad memory, officer. Of lilacs and lightning. Parks, glass. Duraluminium. Vredefort is a conference.
What's so bad about that?
Nothing. If you're no longer there. I'm 28.
ああ、なんか、このゲームの年齢層全体的に高いから若っていう気持ちになった今。いやでもいや、見た目、手柄の問題で想像できないけど。いや、このゲーム内じゃ若いで間違いないな。
Something stupid. Oranese lit. Oranese literature. It's what I studied at the university. Fear of failure, fear of death, how it sucks to be Oranese. All national literatures are... Only the name of the nation changes. Nothing. I do nothing with it. It's not very cool, but what can you do? I'm afraid you can't, officer.
Why is that?
Because it's buried in a sealed plastic bag at an undisclosed location on the coast, along with cash and airline tickets.
Thank you for your candor. Why?
They say so in your tourist brochure. Keep travel documents away from your person when west of the river. Look, officers, I like this place, but I don't want to be stuck wandering the city like a ghost after being robbed of my travel documents. I don't want to become an indentured servant in a brothel on Boogie Street, and I don't want my relatives to pay the ransom.
There are plenty of other reasons for hiding your documents from the law.
It's also why I hid it.
Why, yes.
I'm an unpopular girl. There are people back home who don't like me. If they show up,
2時まではい
I'm
け
in
る
a。hurry. The kind of hurry where you can't afford to not find your documents. But don't worry, this has nothing to do with your investigation. I would love to change the subject. It's not important. Unless I'm some kind of suspect.
質問攻めにするなって言われて
Didn't
たよ
she
ね。
say you would have to interrogate her before? And that she didn't do it? What was up with that?
Well, well. It seems I either underestimated you or overestimated your hangover, officer. If I didn't know better, I'd say you
ああ、それも引き出される。
to get me to say something stupid. Was that so?
The lieutenant gives you a
違
little
うんです。違うんです。チュートリアルだったんです、あれは。
It's good we discussed your history with her, he thinks. I can play along.
確かに。
I'm flattered. You told us about the investigation Friday night, downstairs, at a table full of local kids and dock workers. You told pretty much everyone, after you showed them your gun. Anyway, I thought it would be funny to say I didn't do it, because I knew about your investigation. Does that make me a suspect? I really must stop saying stupid things. Phew. If I were to lie to you, I would come up with a more
She seems to be telling the truth, sire.
演劇級の。こいつがなんか下手なことは結構するな。
Okie dokie.
If any of this made her nervous, it certainly doesn't show in her expression or her movements.
The record. So official. Yeah, it's pretty deluxe. I'm wintering.
How long have you been staying here?
About 4 months. I came in November.
The bills downstairs concur.
Here in the Whirling, here in Martinez, or here in Revachol? Because it's the funkiest building in Martinez. And because all the other buildings are... Thank you. I've put a lot of time and effort into it.
Technically, possession of narcotics is legal in Revachol, but you should still reprimand her.
With money, sir. It's not exactly the anti-star-sized caboodle I intend for it to be one day, but it's getting there.
The Anti-Star is, or was, a Vespertine rock and roll star who liked to do drugs. He did so many drugs, he eventually mutated into a corpse.
Comes in handy when you've done too many opioids.
Is that something that happens to you often, miss?
Better safe than sorry. Oh, yes. One of my favorites. Like, not being able to stay up for 36 hours. Not being happy. It cures those ailments. It's just a merit speed molecule, basically. Huh? Motherfucker took my preptide? Looks like you owe me one, officer. I'm talking serious corruption here.
This does not amount to actual corruption. I can easily log it under confiscation.
Robbed by common highwaymen.
It's hard to tell if she means it in earnest or as a joke. She's not angry, but it's true. She's gonna have to find some more Preptide now.
I have no idea, officer. It is.
The lieutenant makes a note in his notebook.
Okay.
Watching herself reflected in the bedroom window, tall and sparkling and draped in smoke. She looks at the dried petals in your palm, then lightly touches one with her fingernail. Chipped white polish covers the nail. It's long and sharp, like a mini dagger. The petal crumbles on contact.
Pretty. Looks like a dried maybell. Is that the one you caught? Sambo style? A martial art, sir.
Samurai boxing, or Sambo, graceful martial arts stuff. Sambo style.
Why was there a flower on the roof? I don't know, officer. Because of the wind? Yes, you're just one room away. Very personal.
Good, yes. This means she could have heard something, like what you were doing before you blacked out.
You do not need to know that. What you need is to ask normal police questions, like...
Get a grip, he thinks. At least do your personal stuff when... Quick, say something professional.
Something difficult? I've been through at least half a dozen difficult things. Which one do you mean? By sexually assaulted, you mean raped?
Yes.
It's a bit early in the morning for raped, isn't it? Is it? It is evening. Time flies, man.
夕方
Yeah. I'm gonna go with not raped. I don't want to say that shit about him.
By him, she must mean the victim.
Tell them it's not my style. They'll have to, you know, if they want to jazz up the charges, they'll have to get someone more, rapeable.
It's all very organic. Her mannerisms, her movements. If she's acting, she's quite gifted. By they, she means the Hardy Boys.
Are you saying that you were asked to tell us you were assaulted?
Not explicitly, but I understood what they meant. It wouldn't hurt to spice things up a bit. Some assault and battery, sexual assault maybe. It was clear the latter would be spicier. Pretty much.
Warming them. She must be very cold and exhausted of this life.
I'm 89% sure. You know how it is.
Do you?
Maybe you don't.
There are numerous cigarette burns on those silvery scales.
In conclusion, officer, I'm gonna go with a mild to medium not raped here. Let me make this 100% clear then, officer. I was not sexually assaulted. Would I be as flippant if I had? We partied. With all due respect, sir, I think we partied a little harder than that. Oh, it is. You're still alive.
What did you do when you partied?
We drank, sir. A lot. For weeks, basically. We had that effect on each other. We made each other drink harder. That's why I liked him.
What else?
Stimulants. Speed also has that effect, making you drink harder. And then drinking harder makes you do more speed. It's quite the combination. We
的。
also had sex.
Whoa. After so much drinking and drugs.
耐久力が反応したんだけど。
Untraditionally, officer. A little. The drugs were good enough, and we did enough of them.
How did you two meet?
Downstairs, at the bar. He was on some sort of assignment, a military man, as you probably know. Had a cool, scary scar.
When was this?
A month ago? Something like that. Oh, yes. I've had a great view. From the roof, out of the bathroom window, in my dreams.
A bitter cringe. It hurts. You look to the lieutenant.
あと2時間ある。大
He
丈夫。
takes a small step closer.
You called us, the RCM.
Yes.
Jackpot.
I made it. And I would appreciate it if you didn't tell everyone. In Martinez, they call it snitching.
Reporting crimes is confidential in Ravachol, miss.
Because I couldn't handle it anymore. None of these people called. He just kept hanging there. Then they started stripping him. I didn't exactly disguise it. I just muffled the mic and nicked the landline a little. With nail clippers. And I diverted some radio fuzz into it.
So, she's God's mystery phone.
Ah.
Did I? Fuck. I didn't mean to. I had no idea what I was doing.
Jigsaw falling into place. This is satisfying. Good catch. I appreciate the symmetry. Still, that's pretty clever tampering. Simple and clever. Crossing the lines like that.
Thanks.
She looks a bit like a little girl who's just been complimented on her bike repair skills.
頭の中のスキルたちがキンキンに
I
なっ
don't
てる
know,
よ。
sir. It was stupid. I was drunk too. I was probably afraid the union was listening in. Locals say they have ears in the wires.
We're not entirely convinced about that answer, but okay. Let it slide. Pushing won't help here.
Thank you for making the call, miss. It was the right thing to do.
I didn't want to, sir. But if I hadn't, you'd still be hanging there. I'm sorry, I can't do it. Not right now. Later, maybe. I keep seeing him. Like he is now. I can't talk about his... I don't know. Hair.
I know it's difficult, miss. We can return to it later.
He had something to do with the strike. One has been roiling since I got here. Rotten timing. But you probably know all about it.
And his role in this strike was...
I think he was in a security detail. He was ex-military, worked for Wild Pines, and against the Union. We didn't discuss work much, if you know what I mean. But I understood it was dangerous.
And they lynched him for it?
She nods.
They're frequent guests downstairs. They have a booth for Union members. They're probably down there now. Over drinks. It's been a long, boring winter. A little, yeah.
Like you partied with the deceased?
No, not as hard.
I'm sorry to have to ask this. But have you had a physical relationship with any of the Hardy Boys?
I have. Which ones, sir? I don't remember precisely. Titus, obviously. But as I said, it's been a long winter.
She breathes a silvery sigh of relief and weariness. The air on the roof feels humid.
Should we head by downstairs, officer? We may have things to discuss there.
She nods. Silvery cigarette fumes disappear into her mouth.
いい視力か。
Why not? I'll be here until 11 p.m.
White だから後でもできる。
Look.
It's surely an act. Ask questions. Tough ones, preferably. She looks back. Time, don't worry. We will protect you from her beauty. We will consult you through we will see through deceits. You are shielded. You are wise. You are advised. There are muscles on long white bones that line her limbs, just below the silver jumpsuit. Nothing, just time passing. You are not a fool. Anything out of the ordinary
めっちゃ擁護してくる。
will be notified. Air moves in your windpipe. Your heart beats. You're a detective. She presses her elbows against her waist. Her hair brushes her shoulders, making a small hissing sound. Almost imperceptible. The strange moment ends. It was brief, no longer than 2.2 seconds.
Looks like we have more to discuss with those so-called Hardy Boys. Half their reasoning just went out the window. Nothing will make them respect the RCM, but it will disrupt the game they prepared for us. We just stripped off one layer of whatever it is. Her decision to not corroborate this. What else could she have done? Lie? She saw there was no way to lie and get away with it.
You would have caught it.
ああ、まあ確かにこの演劇がいたらバレる。
If not you, then me. It was a smart move from her.
負けないね。
You think so? Being candid is the best way to lie. She may be trying to control the pace of the investigation. Anyway.
The same small, heavy door. No lock in sight.
はい、ミス。いってー。絶対肉体減るだろ。
You kick it, gung-ho style. Entering the...
The door has withstood your demolishing attempts. Through the kitchen door, perhaps. Let's explore rather than destroy.
This window is pristine.
いい時間っすよ。帰ってるよね。でもまだ行かなきゃいけないところあるんだよね。さあ。 らへんだよな。ここらへんじゃない。
A familiar apparatus. The reeds shake sadly. The wind picks up here, near the cape's end, surrounding the narrow strip of land. This trap is also full of panicked.
Another empty trap. Always up for a good job. Otherwise, would I still be on this case with you?
付き合いのいいやつ。この辺じゃないのか。
The remaining windows rattle from a strong gust of wind. The dripping water. There's rust and corrosion on the bars.
No. I won't even. I had a partner once. They called him Eyes, because he had to show me things. It's that bad. Well enough, actually. It's odd how that works. I'm no sharpshooter, but I passed my shooting course.
His hands lead the way when it comes to that. And his shoulder.
いう歩道が見えるわ。
The old woman still sits. The buzz of electric. There's a gap where the name of that song should be. You should ask her about it.
Yes, I can't really. My suggestion is don't. A lullaby my mother used to sing. I sang it to my kids too. It's an old Samaritan. Surrender to the night.
That's kind of grim for a children's song.
Yes, it does. I can wash it for you.
Hell yeah. No, we must run around.
I could use a breather. It's been another track and field day.
Well, hand it over then, and I'll see what. Must say, I'm proud of this one. It's pretty nice underneath all that filth. I hope you take better care of it than its last owner.
Tequila sunset. My jacket?
A look of consternation crosses.
What the fuck are you talking about, Tequila? Faun? That's medium concept stuff.
It becomes abundantly clear. I'm calling it. It's neurological.
That shit is so medium concept, I wouldn't touch it with a stick. But yeah, okay.
It's an okay jacket, if you are into that look. Okay, let's step. I've been meaning to have a little chat with you. It's just, well, you look...
That's right. You're an entrepreneur of the peace, here to disrupt legacy law enforcement with buzzwords and privatization schemes.
Ah, God. You know the expression, the clothes make the man? The right outfit in the right situation can make all the difference. Let's not get ahead of our... Anyway, we should...
ファッションについてもとやかく言ってくれるぞ。レベルは共感でも上げるか。暗示が便利。教会ではないんだよ。ああ、そこか。ああ、そこの可能性ある。まあまあ、まだ時間はある。閉じられている。こっちじゃないか。ここじゃなかったか。マジで見当たんねえ。どこだ。言うほど11時から2時に通れる場所。
The sea's gonna calm down soon. Oh? Who? Well, how can I assist you then, officer?
魚市場と。 こではないんだな。ジャケットのあったところあたりの気がしそうだけど。
This trap's not. The reeds bent, the constant, distant song. Nothing but locusts in this.
Empty as all of them. One more of these and we're done. No, I'm fine. I didn't mean.
マジで見つかんねえ。見つかんねえ。ここではないんだよ。11時ぴったりじゃないといけないなんてことはなかったはず。2時までいるって言ってたし。違う。ここのはずなんだけどな。来たしな。帰ったってことないならだっているって言ったし、11時から2時に。不安になってきた。セーブしとこう。その辺にポツンといたりする？そんなことある？こんな人がいる範囲じゃないぞ。
ディスコンネクト切断しました。 切断しました。
これ見つけるまでは頑張りたいけど、いない可能性の方がでかい気がしてきたわ。んなことあるか？予算の先っつったら予算の先だよ。念のためなんか前のセーブしたところからやり直してみるか。右のって、なんかゲーム内の時間じゃなくて、現実の時間か。
The same small, heavy door.
この状態でワープしたらいたらどうする？まあ、それはそれだ。言うほどがこれじゃないことを願ってる。
This is the trap Morel just... The reed, the later... This trap.
Another empty trap. Always up for...
そこに人がいるわけでもないし。 時間帯で変わるもんにも見えんな。いたいたいたいた。
Put your hands where I can see them. Show me your hands. This is the pace. Show me your hands. Right now! Show me your hands! Right now!
それでいることは分かった。ちょっと待って。どこのセーブデータから行くのが一番。いる場所が分かったから、まあました。0時回ってたらいいな。転送で漁村から行かないとダメとかないか。そもそもこの時間じゃダメとかか。いないな。時間制限ある分、こっちのババアのクエストのタスクの方が優先だから、このセーブデータで無理やったらちょっと多分あれやる前の尋問する前のやつからやんなきゃだな。いないから。つまりこれか。 薬とかは取った後だな。これも取ってあいつに話しかける直前か。了解。やろうか。
Put your hands where I can see them. Show me your hands. This is the pace. Show me your hands. Right now! Show me your hands! Right now!
Scavenged, battery-powered police lights protrude from her back. The flickering light show reveals a gun in her shaking hand. Her hand is trembling from some sort of neurodegenerative disease.
Madame, please drop the firearm immediately.
Oh.
You shouldn't be here. Something's very wrong with her. She's completely out of control.
The man appears to be pulling out an object from his pocket. Fear under threat! Fear under threat! Superseding event. Split-second decision. Get on the ground! Get on the goddamn ground! Subject yourself to a full body cavity search. Prohibited materials concealed in nostrils, ears, mouth, navel, urethra, foreskin, vagina, and rectum.
Be careful, detective. Don't do anything that might set her off.
This is dangerous. You're 70% certain you always leave your gun loaded.
It's a goddamn police shitbag! Hug the pavement! You're under arrest!
As she waves her hands, you notice familiar-looking ampoules and packets sticking out of the mountain of police gear on her back. Medicine or drugs?
Officer in need of assistance!
Ma'am, please. We want to help you, but you need to lower that weapon.
Disturbance reported. Authorized deadly force. Sector, take the shot! Big red key! Big red key!
Big red key? That's code for the battering ram. Cop talk. You know this.
Ah, 調査すると確率下がりそうだが、とりあえず選んでみるか。
Confiscated contraband. Restricted access. 2 kilos missing. Eyewitness report compromised.
I don't think she's on drugs. Being off drugs might actually be the problem here.
Back up! Back up! Back up! Status unconfirmed! No! No, no. No. I thought Mr. Moran. Gareth! Aggravated assault! Man down! Officers in pursuit!
There's a scenario unfolding in her head right now. It has nothing to do with what's happening.
What's the situation, officer?
Law enforcement compromised! Impersonating a police officer!
Does she not believe you two are actually police officers?
License and registration! License and registration! Come in dispatch! Sector! Sector! Azimuth!
It's not a code, just disjointed words. She's losing it. One twitch and there would be blood. She's frantic, confused, teetering under all that gear. There's an opening if you just move fast enough. If not, the lieutenant's got her in his sights.
やり直して りあえずどうなるか見るか。
Host Almighty, don't count on that. You saw the Binoclad can't shoot for shit.
Confirmed quarters, assailant coming at me! Split-second decision! Fire at will!
In your peripheral vision, the lieutenant releases the half-squeezed trigger.
God, I almost blew her head off.
What is this? This isn't police issue. Police weapons have bullets. This police gun always have bullets. What is this? Why did you sell me this?
Grab the gun, right now. This might be your only chance.
No one ever cares anymore. Why would they
弾なし
treat
か。
me like this?
Great gears are grinding to a halt. The machine is powering down.
下手なことしなくてよかったんよ、逆に。
Poor woman. We need to figure out what to do with her now.
Nobody's ever around. Nobody ever comes to visit me.
Her scratched skin is warm to the touch, but the person inside doesn't even know you're there.
She's in a stupor. I've seen this before. God knows for how long. Could be days when they get like this. Honestly, I don't know. Dementia, probably. Dementia and Channel 8, and loneliness. Yeah, looks like a bad case. But the question is what to do with her right now. I don't think there's any need for that. In her current state, and without the gun, she isn't really a threat to anyone. We could let Titus know. This is a perfect problem for the local peacekeepers to handle. They might even know her family. Okay, that settles it. I'll contact my station after we wrap it up for the day. They can contact the sanitarium and handle the logistics. But I think we're done here for now.
Please, leave the radio on.
Reflex to what? Being left alone. She stands motionless, just a heap of clothes and fleshes now.
まあ、とりあえずこのまま進めるか。オートセーブ入った。緊急時にな。銃弾を一発持っている。ほう。
The woman stands slumped. She looks catatonic under her mount. Is one of those things a police cap? There were narcotics in there too. You're thinking of taking them. Do. She doesn't even flinch as you reach out and disentangle the familiar-looking lieutenant's cap from...
Oh, is that yours?
It's hard to say. It's been so long since you wore yours.
It's your hat.
The old woman doesn't react to your touch. You take the vial of Pyrrolidon and the bottle of speed as evidence, obviously.
まあこいつに持たしといてあんまいいようになると思うよ。
She didn't consume them.
使
She
ってな
didn't
い。
look high. She confiscated them. A little like you.
You're taking those, are you?
Listen to him, for once.
でも運動能力向上はちょっと持っておきたいな。いや持ってるんだよな。多分。
Sure. I guess that's fine.
まあ、今更か。似たような役割はある。まあいいだろう。
The woman stand.
Yes?
これでまあ、そうだ。小屋行ってこよう。あのジャケットをなんとかするタスクやって、
The old woman. The buzz of it. There's a gap where the.
Yes. My suggestion is lullaby my mother, sir.
That's kind of grim.
Yes. I can.
Hell yeah. No.
I could use a.
Well, merci. I'm proud of this one.
Tequila sunset. My jacket?
A look of const.
What the fuck are you talking? Falm?
It becomes a. I'm calling it. It's neurological.
That shit is so medium concept.
It's an okay jacket. If you're into. Okay. Let's step aside for a.
昼寝をしてた間に新エリアに。
I've been meaning to have a little chat with you about your sense of style. It's just.
That's right. You're an entrepreneur of the piece, here to disrupt legacy law enforcement with buzzwords and privatization schemes.
There's nothing wrong. You know the expression, the clothes make the man? Let's not get ahead of ourselves, detective.
A warm smile.
Anyway, we should.
ほんとただいいやつだよな、こいつ。だいぶまともな格好になったんじゃないか。
空き瓶袋卒業おめ。
そうだな。まあいつまでも拾ってでもそんな金になんねえってことがあったから卒業したわ。やってもいいけど今できんのか。罠調べるか。
A familiar apparatus. The reeds bet. The constant. This trap is.
Another empty trap. Always up for a good.
This is the reeds. The later, nothing but
Empty as all of them. What? No, no, I'm fine.
建物の北東。この辺だっけ？なんかある？これかな。
It takes you a moment. The reeds shake sadly in the coastal breeze. The wind picks up here. The trap feels light and silent as you pick it up. Something, no locust. No phasmid either, but still.
Well, the bait worked on something.
The netting is a little untidy, messier than the others. Like someone or something picked up the trap and shook it before dropping it back down on the ground.
Perhaps our cryptozoologists have competition in the form of an actual entomologist, or someone else is sabotaging them. I could present more theories, but then I would be taking this on as a case, which I'm not. We did, sort of, promise to tell them.
The reeds shake sadly. The wind picks up here.
王国か、あとは。はあ、結構やったな、これで。あとは明日暴行の云々の話をして。この辺の探索は終了か。まあ、広いようには思えたけど、回ってみれば一応まあ終わりはあったな。目ざとい。まだおんの？
Hello again.
まあ今やれるんだったら今やってもいいが。今日はこの辺にしときたいな、何にせよ。 まあ、今日も結構やってしまった。なんだろうな。めちゃくちゃ面白いってわけでもないはずなんだけど、間違いなくなんか、やり続けられる何かがある。
おつおつ、3日目長かった。
はい。結構いろいろ進んできますね。気がしますね。先が気になるし、そうそう飽きることもなさそうでよかったよ。とりあえず今日はこれで終了で、お疲れ様でした。